whoa. We're hype training early. We're hype training early. Remora, thank you for the 5 months. What a 5 months it's been. I know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Only positive vibe with the 14 months. You got Sugar961 with the 15. We're on a hype train, and it's the intro. What do I do? Oh, I know. We're hitting the ground running today. We're starting off with a hype train. We're at 93% of level 1. We're so close. We're so close. It's a beautiful thing. Hello, can you make me feel less like shit? I'll give it my best try. Peter Bug with the giant dancing emote. Almost enough. We're at 95%. We got 2 minutes. There's plenty of time. If you want me to make you, if you want me to help you feel less like shit, I need to know a little bit more about why you're feeling like shit. What's got you feeling like shit? Anything in particular? Life in general? The state of the world? What are we cooking with? Remora with the 2 gifted subs. We've done it. We've done it. We're at level 2. Do you got anxiety? Oh, I'm well acquainted. I'm well acquainted with anxiety. Anxiety is a very human thing. It's something we all experience in certain situations to certain degrees. It's a survival tool. It's there to help protect you and keep you safe by anticipating dangers. And what ends up happening a lot of the time is it's a little bit overprotective and it makes you see monsters and see scary stuff. Anticipate the worst possible scenario. Anxiety. It's like an overprotective parent. The good news is that it is a tool, and that once you learn how to properly harness and wield that tool, you can use it to your benefit, and it doesn't feel like something that's getting in the way. Because a little bit of anxiety is actually a good thing. Helps to motivate you, helps to keep you alert, helps to keep you aware. You want it to be there, because it's there to protect you. So the secret to overcoming anxiety is not getting rid of anxiety. And that's why I'm not a fan of a lot of those medications they'll prescribe people for anxiety, because they basically just make your anxiety go away. Benzodiazepines, that kind of stuff. What you want to learn how to do is work with your anxiety. Turn it into the tool that it's meant to be. Every time I talk to people, I feel like they're talking about me, but I keep telling my brain it's just in my head. Am I narcissistic? Probably not. That's not really narcissism. That's more insecurity. You know, or it's personalization is what it is. People are talking, they must be talking about me. Why would they be talking about me? Because maybe I've got some stuff that I'm insecure about, and part of that insecurity is I'm worried that other people are going to know about it and talk about it, and doesn't mean you're narcissistic. It means you're human. Hold on, I'm going to slow him down a little bit. I'm going to slow him down a little bit. There we go. Oh, now we're vibing. Now we're vibing. We got 2 minutes left on that hype train. I like talking behind my back. I feel like they are hinting and not hinting at the same time, so they're perhaps being passive-aggressive. Let me just say this. If you're worried about something, talk about it with the person that you're worried about. You know, if you're worried that they think something about you or they feel some type of way, just ask them. That's the best way to resolve it, is to just get an answer from them. Sir Tylius with the 5 gifted subs. Sir Tylius with the 5 bomb. We appreciate your service. Won't I be weird though? What's wrong with being weird? If talking about how you feel so that you can feel better about your life is weird, then I want to be weird. I'm super weird and people still like me. That's part of the reason why we like you. We appreciate things that are unique. There's nothing wrong with being weird. What you don't want to be is creepy. There's a difference. Being weird is okay. Weird people are fun. They're creative. They're exciting. They keep you guessing. Creepy people, they make you feel scared. And they make you feel uncomfortable. They're off-putting. I don't mind being weird, it's just people don't accept it, you know? That says more about them than it does about you. Like, if they don't accept you as you are, it's like, do you think that they accept themselves as they are? Probably not. If they're just a judgmental, critical person, it's like they're probably pretty insecure themselves. Because people who are actually secure don't just go around being judgmental and critical of other people for no good reason. It's something that people do to lift themselves up. It's just like a mild form of bullying. I just want to eat all day and don't want to work. I'm trying to cut down on calories, but all I want is one of those mini Taki packs, and then I'll eat one pack, and then I want another one. I salute your microbiome for withstanding the assault of several small packs of Takis. If I did that, that would be the equivalent of clearing out a drain. Can you make a definition of being creep? Maybe I'm one without knowing. What makes people creepy? Not taking no for an answer, not respecting other people's boundaries, standing too close to people when they're talking to you, like hovering over them. Like if you're talking to somebody, give them a little bit of space. You know, give them, if they want to come closer, let them come closer. So Tylia's with another 5 gifted subs. Chat, show your respect. Show some respect. Thank you so much, my friend. So we were talking about what it is to be a creep. What creeps you out when you meet other people? Like they stand too close, they stare at you, they just kind of like... they make you feel uncomfortable. One of the things that you want to do is just be mindful of your posturing, be mindful of your body language. Like when you're talking to people and engaging with people, are they like looking off to the side? Are they like trying to find a reason to leave? Are they, you know, trying to end the conversation, but you're making it continue anyway? I hate close walkers just go around me. That's when you turn around and say, by the way, I've been farting all day, so you might want to just go around. Like, yeah, I've been dropping sulfur bombs all morning. That gas station breakfast. This is tricky. Recently, you told us about other cultures that have completely different feelings about eye contact. True, and that's why, you know, we want our eye contact to be mindful and demure. We want our eye contact to be a nice accompaniment to the conversation we're having. We don't want it to be the sole focus of the conversation, like, so how are you doing today? Yeah, tell me more. And then what happened? I feel uncomfortable just doing this, and I'm not even looking at a person. I'm just pretending to do it. But some people will do this when they're talking to you, because that's what they were taught to do. They said you have to do that. It's kind of like a dominance thing. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Maybe I'm a creep without knowing, but I do give space and I feel like I'm not communicating. I'm just left out and get lonely. You know, the thing about it is, if you do feel that way, or you do recognize that maybe I need to work on my socialization and my communication, that's not a bad thing. If there are things within your communication that you want to fix and get better at, then you want to know what's going wrong so that you can fix it. Tirafan, thank you for the Prime sub. That's 20 months. Let's go. We're up to level 5. This is wild. Yeah, some people get weird with handshakes too. It's like they'll give you the gorilla grip. Like, ooh. Opening your eyes wider to show the sclera is more... It's true. Wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. I just burped so loud in my office. You're allowed to do that. Assert dominance. For thought a creep is just being weird around girls. I mean, that could also just be part of being awkward. I would say that there's more that goes into being a creep. Like, being a creep, you kind of don't really view other people as people. You kind of view other people as objects. You don't really care about making other people feel uncomfortable. You just care about making yourself feel comfortable. You don't really respect other people's boundaries. So that might not be you. Robin, thank you for the 5 months. What a 5 months it's been. I'm not a fan of people doing really strong handshakes. I don't know why some people like to crush others' hands, because they want to show you how strong they are. It's a subtle display of dominance. Ooh, look at how strong I am. Look at these big, meaty claws. Handshakes are unsanitary. Wish I wasn't socially obligated to do them. I do fist bumps most of the time now. I feel much better about a fist bump than going palm to palm with a stranger. I'll just give you one of these. Oh yeah, there's a King of the Hill episode where he meets George W. Bush, and George W. Bush has like a limp handshake, and Hank Hill's just, his worldview turns completely upside down because of it. In France, we have to kiss each other on the cheeks every day to say hello. Which cheeks? I fist bump and high five my coworkers a lot, but I've gotten feedback that my fidget ring hurts. That skill issue, you know, if get tougher hands. Get tougher hands, what can I say? They know what they're signing up for. Alright, the hype train, just a few seconds left. The train is coming into the station, and we can get this show on the road. Wow, what a great way to start the stream. A nice little hype train. Nice little hype train, how fun. How fun. My dad is asking around for a job for me, and I'm not really happy because he's doing this to micromanage me. Like, I didn't ask him to do this, and he knows that he doesn't want to really help out by doing this. Like, He didn't even want to teach me the language, and I've already learned a ton on my own. But boy, hey, you learned a ton on your own, though. I remember when you were talking about how hard it was to get started learning. You know, we go back a little bit now. I remember back when this was something we're just getting started learning. So hey, look at you go. Look at that progress. I think your dad's just he's trying to help in the way that he knows how to help. Like, needing a certain type of help from somebody and like that being the type of help that they are able to give us, it's like sometimes there's just a disconnect. Sometimes it's just not a real good matchup. It sounds like he's trying to help you in the way that he can, or the way that he knows how. Maybe he didn't feel as confident to help you learn the language. Maybe he feels like, he's not a language teacher, and so that would make it hard for him or something. I don't know. Maybe it's not because he doesn't want to. It's just he's dealing with his own feelings and his own insecurities. Have you heard about true confidence, and is it possible to reach it? True confidence? I think that true confidence is possible. I'm not sure what, because I feel like true confidence will involve a little bit of inconfidence, unconfidence, the opposite of confidence. Because understanding where things could go wrong is a part of what helps you to perform better. And so you don't want to be just like 100% confident, because that's in many ways going to set you up for failure. It's that insecurity, it's that, that wonder of like, am I going to do this right? Is this going to work? That's what actually helps to motivate you to achieve things at a higher level. And it ties back to what we were talking about earlier. It's like, that's why you want a little bit of anxiety to be there, because it's a tool and it'll help you to navigate life. True confidence comes with knowing when to doubt yourself. I agree, that's well said. It's like the more you learn, the more you realize that you don't know. The more time you spend studying and researching and reading and learning, you realize there's far more things out there than I will ever be able to fully comprehend. He comes from that bootstrap mentality. Well, that's frustrating. I mean, it says a lot about how he was brought up. You know what? Okay, here's what you might find helpful. Maybe if you want things to change, if you want to have a different type of relationship, you're gonna have to talk to your dad about what his relationship was like with his dad, and what type of relationship a father and a son should have, and then talk about the benefits of being more connected and being able to express yourself and talk about how you feel, because that's what helps you to grow closer, and that's what life is all about. And you would want that, but it feels like that's just not really able to happen right now. So we need to make some changes. I feel like you can take a try to give it a, if you come at it in good faith and give it a good, honest effort to have that conversation, it might take you somewhere. Alright, we've got the question box open. So if you've got a question, we got that link there pinned at the top of the chat, or you can type !Q and drop those questions in. It's hard because he is a pastor and he thinks in right-wing values. Then work with that. Incorporate his own logic to help change his mind. Because there's a lot that goes into fundamentalist right-wing values that are like, they teach you the importance of, treating your family well. Being close to people. Sometimes if you want to change somebody's mind, you gotta learn how to speak their language. I'm having hardcore deja vu. Like down to messages in chat. That must mean something exciting's about to happen. We must be reaching a cusp. Something important's about to happen and you're remembering it from a past life. We have a fun presentation today. When I talk to people, they always say fake it till you make it. Tell yourself you look good and tell yourself a little lie to feel good and gain small confidence. What I'm talking about is being truly honest with yourself and gain that true confidence when you're being... Yeah, the thing about fake it till you make it, it isn't just about lying to yourself. Fake it till you make it isn't just about lying to yourself. Like, if you're in terrible shape and your health is terrible and like just being like, you're doing great, you know, it's like, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna do anything for you. Fake it till you make it means I can succeed. It means I can make the changes I need to make. I can make my life better. Change is possible. It's about believing in your ability to grow and change and do the things that you want to do with this life that you've been given. It's about freeing yourself from your own inhibitions. It's about feeling the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. We've got a great presentation today. Why are we talking about narcissistic crashouts today? Well, we're doing this in response to some internet drama. There's a lot of narcissists in the content creator space online. I know, right? You would never guess. But there's an interesting phenomenon that happens with narcissists whenever all of the stuff that they've been doing finally catches up to them. What is a crash out? It's a term that, you know, you can apply many different terms to it. You could say that you're going on a downward spiral, you're tanking, it's just a crash and burn. They're exposed, kinda. Yeah, and it's beyond that. It's like, because sometimes they have been exposed, and it's like they've always been on that, and like there've always been people trying to call them out, but it's like they can't do it anymore. There's just, they aren't able to just take the offensive anymore. They now have to be on the defense, and their reputation just plummets. I was eating ice cream in a parking lot when it was 40 degrees out. I'm in a very oh, well, we were out running errands and it was sub-zero. It was like 3 degrees before wind chill. The wind chill was very low. And there were people out at the frozen custard restaurant. There were people out getting ice cream sundaes. That was interesting. White people co-opted as usual. What are we talking about? Can you elaborate? I'm confused. Crashout is AAVE, so I can't use it. Should I use a different word instead? Do you want me to change it? If it bothers you, I will. Oh, I can? I can use it, so it's okay. Then what's the problem? I am sitting and listening. Please, I'm asking to be educated. It came from the black community, and so did peanut butter, and I eat peanut butter about every day. It happens constantly, meanwhile being told we're ghetto, and I think that's a wrong thing to do. I think you and I are on the same side here. I feel like we're not doing anything disrespectful in using this word. Anyway. We've got a great presentation for you today. I was just scrolling along the Twitch feed. That's probably why I landed here. Happy to see you. Thanks for stuff. Thanks for coming in. Let's try to have some fun. Anyway, we're going over a process that you might be witnessing happening right now. There are some certain figures in the internet content creation space. We're kind of currently in the process of imploding, and we're going to break that down a little bit. We're going to talk about what's going on. We're going to talk about what's going on here. So we'll get into that in a minute. Politics. It's not quite political. There's something that happens when you're dealing with a person who is, you know, who has a lot of narcissistic traits. And the thing about narcissistic traits is that it doesn't really make for sustaining relationships. It puts a lot of stress and a lot of strain on the people that you're connected to. And if you aren't able to change that course, if you continue to double down and invest in these behaviors and these defense mechanisms, eventually you'll just implode under the pressure. Now, this is stuff that you'll see in narcissists in your day-to-day life, but whenever somebody on the internet does it, it's quite the spectacle. Because the internet and the content creation space is the breeding ground for narcissists. You have a more reliable and sustainable source of constant validation than ever before. See, back in the old days, narcissists had a harder time sustaining themselves. They would piss too many people off. But nowadays, you've got so many people to draw from, so many people to connect to, because the internet is just that big, that you can just be an absolutely miserable person and still have a following. Pretty interesting. Got no questions yet. It's been a slow question week. Well, we got one actually. We got one. Just search content orgs and you'll find them. Oh, don't get me started on content orgs. Content orgs are cringe. Do you think narcissism is mental illness too? Narcissism would qualify as mental illness. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism. It's maladaptive behaviors. I don't know if this is the correct place to ask, but I will. Will the Brain Domain and Caseytron on Twitch be commenting on the release of the 8th studio album Mayhem by Lady Gaga coming out March 7th, 2025? I'm ready. I'm ready. I will be listening. So soon. 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. We just have to keep it together 2 more weeks. America needs to just not collapse for the next 2 weeks. We just need to keep it together a little while longer. America has to hold itself together at least until March 7th. Just 2 more weeks, guys. We can make it. Too much consumption of social media. I sometimes feel like a shell of my former self. I feel so insecure and judgmental. That is a great example of what too much social media will do to you. It really does just, like, whenever you scroll on social media, it has a way of overriding your thinking. And you gotta remember that the way that these media platforms are developed, it doesn't really have your mental health in mind. You know, they don't... You remember, have you ever played the Nintendo Wii? You play the Nintendo Wii, and then every once in a while a pop-up on the screen that says like, hey, you've been playing for 2 hours. You should take a break and go outside. They have nothing like that when you're scrolling on social media. You could be there all day. You could be there for 12 hours straight, and you're not going to get any health and safety considerations. You're just going to get more and more and more addictive content as they continue to learn more about you and what you want to see and what you want to watch and what holds on to your attention. So sometimes the best thing to do is just set your phone down and just go for a walk. You know, just go outside or just talk to a friend, talk to somebody, you know, just... Social media gives you a lot of information. It gives you a lot of understanding about what's going on in the world, but I feel like you got to remember that you're just a person. You're just a human. You know, we aren't meant to just cycle through all of this content. Just it's really damaging to our psychology. I leave my phone upstairs for certain. Yeah, like that's one of the things I'll try to do is like there are moments where it's like, yeah, I'm going to be scrolling on my phone. You can't blame a person for taking some time to scroll on their phone throughout the day because it's a magic rectangle that you can carry around with you and you can access the entire accumulation of human knowledge. It's like, that's pretty fucking cool. So yeah, I'm going to scroll on it for a little while. We need to set limits, you know, I like to schedule it, like I'll do some in the morning, and then I'll do some at night. And then I don't really check my phone that much unless I'm on the toilet or something. Yeah, it also gives you a distorted view of what's going on in the world because they only show you the stuff that's like the most engaging, the most controversial, because that's what generates engagement and that's what generates clicks. It's what makes people want to comment. And so you are being shown some of the worst aspects of humanity because they know that you're more likely to look at it. Like in casinos, they're legally required to ask if someone's gambled too much by the state, right? And it's like, you gotta think about scrolling through social media in the same way that you would look at a slot machine. Except instead of getting coins, you get dopamine. You get the feel-good chemicals in your brain. And so that's why it's so addicting, because it's a goddamn content slot machine. Is it gonna give me the feel-good juice or not? Cat. Oh, that looks tasty. What? Wow, I need to buy a dash cam. It's a content slot machine. They put a lot of time and money and effort into maintaining your attention span, because that's what advertisers and media platform owners recognize, is that they are competing for your attention. There are so many things that you could be paying attention to that they need to make things more eye-catching, more jaw-dropping, more enticing, so that people are drawn into those things. So that's why you're always hearing or seeing stuff that's gonna be more attractive to you. It's like some evil genius type shit. Robin here. Hi, Robin. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. The depressive thoughts are winning. Are they really winning? Like in the grand scheme of things? Or maybe just today, maybe on this battlefield. Maybe they're just coming on a little strong today. I don't know. We're trying to assess the situation. Are they just laying it on thick right now? After 2020, people became so mean. They just are. They just don't feel the same anymore. And I feel like that's because they're scared. People who are frightened can be more easily manipulated and taken advantage of, and they pump a lot of that into the news and the media and social media. It's like they want you to be fearful, they want you to be insecure, because then they can exploit you better. So I feel like people are just put into a position where they feel like they have to look out for themselves, and they can't really look out for anybody else because they're already feeling like they're drowning. We're right to be scared to a degree. I don't know, absolutely. But you can be scared and angry at the same time. You know, if you're fighting a wolf and a wolf is scary, it's like, would you rather be just scared, or would you rather be scared and angry? I would rather be scared and angry if I have to fight off a wolf. You know what I mean? Anger and fear really are very closely related. A lot of anger stems from fear. The depressive thoughts are winning. Do you need air support? Do you need to call in air support? You need to call in the fighter jets? The other day was really rough. I barely ate, but not for lack of hunger. I didn't have an appetite, and I just couldn't bring myself to make a decision on what to eat. I get in the headspace sometimes where everything is just unhealthy. Too much fat, not enough protein, too processed, not enough fiber. Excuse me. I need more fiber. I had to spend my lunch hour alone in my truck, force-feeding myself popcorn or chips just so I had something to keep me going the rest of the day at work. These behaviors often used to be accompanied by sickening anxiety, which made eating repulsive. But I haven't been dealing with much anxiety as of recent, so that is a win at least. Except now I'm combating thoughts of self-punishment and unworthiness. I feel like I am undeserving of love and care because no one else ever gives it to me. I feel like anything I do for myself is wrong because no one else finds value in giving it to me. I feel like I'm too much for anyone else and like I'm all out of love to give myself. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling that way. These are the depressive thoughts, though. We just want to make sure that these are labeled appropriately. Because right now it might not be the time to get rid of them. You might be recognizing that these are thoughts that I don't want to be here. I want to get rid of these, but I don't know how or when or where to get rid of this. So I have to put it back in the box. I'll come back to it later. But if you do have to put it back in the box, at least put a label on it first. You're like, oh yeah, this is a depressive thought. It's too fucking cold outside and I'm so exhausted all the time. I have to begrudgingly pick up my meds and groceries and get my teeth cleaned today. I wish taking care of me didn't feel like so much work. Does self-care feel this exhausting for most people? Getting up and having to do it, and getting up and getting started can be exhausting. And that's why so many people let their self-care slide whenever they're starting to feel depressed. Because it feels impossible. But 99.9% of the time, what happens afterwards is after they do the thing, they get up out of bed, they take the shower, they clean their room a bit, they go to the dentist, they do what they need to do. They realize that it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. Depression has a way of making things feel like this is going to be way worse than it actually is. I don't know how much I need to just keep pushing forward or how much I need to just fucking lay in bed all day and rest. You got time to do both. You got time to do both. It's important to take that time to rest, and there are going to be some days where you do need the whole day to rest. But sometimes taking too much time to rest makes you, it ends up making you more sore. You get stiff because you were laying around. You know what I mean? Why are people so weak nowadays? The advances of technology. They've made it so that people don't have to go and find their food or farm their food or, We've taken a lot of time and effort into making things more comfortable. Less work. A lot of people didn't have time to sit down and think about how they feel because they were too busy acquiring food or raising children or, So it's not that they were doing mentally well, they just didn't have the words or the understanding to even know what it meant to be mentally ill, unless someone was like actively psychotic, which did still happen. Our ancestors also weren't bombarded by information 24/7. That's true. They didn't have, they still dealt with insecurity, they still dealt with jealousy, they still dealt with depression and anxiety. They just didn't have words for it. And so it's not that it wasn't happening, it just wasn't really something that was as well understood or as well documented. One last thing I want to say to you, Robin, is this. Well, I think you're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. You've gotten through worse. So take what you've learned and apply it to this situation. Remind yourself of what you had to do the last time you were feeling this way. When you can recognize a depressive thought as a depressive thought, flip it around. Do the opposite of what that depressive thought is telling you to do. Or what that depressive thought is telling you how to feel. If that depressive thought is making you feel like taking care of yourself is wrong, or that you don't have any more love to give, flip it around. Because you and I both know that depression is a lying ass bitch. Last time I used spite as my fuel and listened to Doja Cat and twerked for a few months straight. You know, if it works, it works. Maybe we can modify and tweak the approach. You know, this is the second time around. We can refine the method a little bit. Maybe it won't be the same music. Maybe it won't be the same dance moves. But it's going to have a similar theme to it. Just dance. It'll be okay. I'm going on a big trip week after next. Super nervous in general. I don't travel often. Always been a nervous flyer, but getting more nervous with all these plane crashes. I'm so scared. I don't want to leave my cats orphaned. I'm trying to focus on what could go right, but more and more feeling like this trip isn't worth it, and I'm having a hard time remembering why I planned this thing. How do I reconnect with that person that booked this trip? Well, I just want to remind you that even though the plane crashes that have been happening recently are concerning, there are still far more car crashes. There are still, you know, flying in an airplane is still one of the safest ways to travel. The reason why these airplane crashes make the news is because they're so unusual. We're not used to having plane crashes more than, you know, once in a while. You have many car crashes every single day. And so I would try to remember that, you know, traveling on a plane is still one of the safest ways to travel. You know, there have been how many plane crashes out of how many thousands and thousands of flights? I think, you know, it is important to talk about the plane crashes, and it is important to understand why they happened, and it's important that they make the news, but I feel like it is a little bit misleading to make people feel like it's dangerous to fly right now because of that. It's kind of like when there was a summer, this was way back in 2001. This was the summer before 9/11, and the biggest news story at the time was the summer of the shark. They were talking about how there was this increase in shark attacks, when in reality there was really only like 2 more shark attacks than there were the year before. It was just a couple of it's like negligible difference. But you got to remember that the news will sensationalize things. Shark attacks are on the rise. You can't go to the beaches. Are you still more likely to be struck by lightning than be in a plane crash? It's a good question. How many people get struck by lightning a year versus how many people die in a plane crash every year? Is that why I'm afraid of sharks? The thing about sharks is that you don't even really have that much to worry about unless you like are bleeding or something. If you see a shark swimming towards you, you just boop it out of the way. You just be like, you just turn them away from you. You always have cases going for crashes. It happens, but it's not more than normal right now. don't know if it's just how many people, though. Yeah, that would just be the way. Yeah, that, like, you'd have to factor in, like, do you live in a part of the world that gets thunderstorms? Not every part of the world gets thunderstorms. How many times do you fly on a plane in a year? You know? Those would both factor into your chances of either one. You are afraid of sharks because they look scary. That's why you're afraid of them. Just look at him, he's frightening. Big scary boy. I don't know, I think he looks kind of cute. Look at that face. Aww. Cute with mouth closed, scary with mouth open. Just like me. We're relatable in that way. If you were doing exposure therapy to overcome your fear of sharks, I would start off by showing you a picture of Jeff the shark. Jeff is very cute. Yeah, he's a land shark because he's got little feet. Marvel, yeah, I play some Marvel Rivals. I'm excited for the new release tomorrow. I haven't really played much leading up to it. Baldur's Gate. I love Baldur's Gate. I played through it a couple times, actually. It's a good game. Hello, 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 hello. I'm playing Avowed now. I started playing Avowed, and then I started playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and I was like, I'm gonna play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Avowed is fun, but I wanted something a little different. Would rather play Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come's hard. It's a hard game. It's basically a medieval simulator. But I'm enjoying playing it, especially now that I actually have some items. I had a bandit try to attack me, and I was able to fight off the bandit, and then I was able to steal his armor and his weapons. I'm like, yeah, there we go. Now I'm not running around like a peasant. Avowed was fun, but my game kept crashing, so I quit. it was fun though. It's a fun world. Alright, we're gonna start this presentation here in a minute. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break real quick though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Alrighty, I'm back. Had to take a quick bathroom break before we get into the presentation because you don't want any of that distracting you when you're about to go in on a topic. I needed to approach this with a clear head and an empty bowel. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Mr. Decom. Thank you. Alright everybody, the moment you've all been waiting for. We're going to talk about narcissistic crash out, a psychological phenomenon as it manifests in online spaces. By the way, thank you for last night. Obviously you know which anonymous submission was mine because I am the center of the universe. Did I do a good narcissism? You're welcome. Yeah, we're talking about Twitch making money. It's like, does Twitch even need to make money? Like, Twitch is owned by Amazon, and you could basically just use Twitch as a platform to promote things on Amazon. You could just use, you don't even need outside advertisers. You could just advertise Amazon products. You could just use it as an entire advertisement front just to redirect people to Amazon. And that it would still be worth the money. Amazon makes that much money. So I don't understand. I don't understand the business model. I don't understand MBA thinking. There's this understanding within capitalist structures. It's like we need infinite growth in a finite space. When you think of that biologically, that is cancer. Cancer is infinite growth in a finite space. Anyway. If you are familiar with internet drama, you've probably been aware of some narcissistic crashouts that have been happening. Am I going to name anybody today? No, I'm not going to name anybody. If you want to name people, that's your free will. Today we're just talking about a phenomenon. So let's get into it. I can think of 4, right? What do we mean when we say narcissistic crash out? This is something that exists outside of the internet, obviously. But this is a phenomenon that occurs where a narcissistic individual, this could be somebody who's a diagnosable narcissist, or this could be somebody who just demonstrates a lot of narcissistic traits. This is a situation in which they experience a public downfall. You know, the boss at a company gets caught sexually harassing the employees, and there's a big fallout over it. You know, this happens all the time in the real world, but when it happens online, it's very public, very visible. And so it takes it to a whole nother degree. I wish this would happen to my parents. They're both big old narcs. You gotta remember that the best revenge is a life well lived. Yeah, a few of them are coming to mind right now. So, narcissistic crash out. This is where a narcissist will experience a public downfall often due to their inability to adapt to criticism. You know, this might be something that could have been resolved if they were just accountable. You know, there might have actually been a way to, you know, make this right, but no. Why do you think Ethan? I would think it would be Hassan. Well, just look at it this way. How many people online are you seeing that used to be fans of either of those people saying, I don't recognize this person anymore. I regret buying their merchandise. I don't like watching them anymore. On which side do you hear more of that? Anyway, you'll understand more about why we say that when you start to see the behaviors that they manifest. When you start to... We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll cover it. This is a pattern that happens in many areas of life. It'll happen to business leaders, to public figures, but today we're going to be focusing more on internet personalities. Because online spaces create a unique environment. Validation is instant, the audiences are vast, and backlash can be swift. And so it's all of the things that you would think about a normal narcissistic crash out exemplified. It's taken to the next level. So today what we're going to do is we're going to explore the stages of a narcissistic crash out. We're going to talk about the key behaviors to look out for, and we're going to talk about the psychological patterns that drive it. So buckle up. We're going in. When you get a sec, will you go into your email and sign the DocuSign sent over to you so we can finish this up? Oh yeah, I'll just do it right now. I'll just do it right now. A great opportunity to stall. You have to verify my identity. There we go. Sorry, just a sec. Let me do this real quick. So just take a moment. I just have to do something time sensitive. I have to digitally sign a document. Alright, I think I got it. There we go. Alright, we did it. Alright, we did it. I had to go sign a document real quick through an email, so The only thing I knew about narcissism was about being the center of attention. Ah, okay. Yeah, no. So the definition of narcissism that you have is the definition that most people probably have of what narcissism is. But that's a misconception. Narcissism isn't just about being the center of attention. There are a lot of people who are narcissistic and they might not be the center of attention. They might not even talk to very many people. It could be a set of parents who just refuse all accountability. You know, nothing was ever their fault. You know, narcissism is not so much about prestige. It's more about always being correct. It's about always refusing accountability, acknowledging wrongdoing, finding somebody else to blame. It's always somebody else's fault. Thought I had fuzzy eyebrows. Oh yeah, I do. So when we're talking about narcissists today, we're not talking about people who are just the center of attention. Many narcissists are at the center of attention. That is true, and so you're not entirely wrong there, but there's more to it than that. We're going to talk about some behaviors that they engage in that'll really help you to identify with what it is that we're talking about. We'll get there in a moment, so don't worry. We'll cover all that. But before we get into the behaviors, let's break it down. How does this happen? What happens here? Let's talk about the process. This is where it starts. When we're talking about internet personalities today, because that's who we are witnessing right now having some pretty public spectacles of these falling outs. It starts off with these internet personalities gaining traction, whether they have charisma, whether they're controversial, or maybe they offer a unique perspective. You know, maybe they're edgy. You know, maybe they're telling you something different than what you've been told before. And because of that, they start to gain traction. They start to gain a following. Who am I alluding to crashing out? Just take a guess. I'm not here to name names today. I'm just here to observe and report. This success that they achieve will reinforce their own sense of importance. This grandiosity. People like to hear what I have to say. I am important. I am intelligent. And it also instills within them the sense of infallibility. The sense of always being right, never being wrong. You want to be mindful of people who are never wrong ever. It's always someone else's fault. You know, it's always, they can never be like, oh yeah, you know what? That was wrong of me to do. I apologize. You'll never hear that from a narcissist. I genuinely don't know, not trolling. There's actually a few right now. A few public figures. Do you want some hints? Two of them are basically just internet people, and another one that's also doing it is a famous musician. Don't worry about anybody else being in their own echo chamber. Just be mindful of what echo chambers you are in. You know, If we're just thinking about what other people are doing or the opinions other people are getting fed to them, it's like we need to focus more about, how do I view the world? How do I process information? In what ways do I surround myself with people that reinforce my existing beliefs? A famous musician? Okay, there's a couple then. A couple famous musicians. Oh wow. See, this is a timely presentation because there's a lot of this going on right now. We're seeing a lot of people just what ends up happening, so we're talking about the rise, we're talking about the come up of these internet personalities. As their audience continues to grow, they are provided with continuous validation. They are constantly being made to feel like you are doing the right thing, you are based, you are a Giga Chad, you are, you're so smart, you're so intelligent. And this reinforces the behaviors. You're getting positive feedback for it. And this phenomenon is especially able to be witnessed within an internet space because validation is instant. What ends up happening is this persona, because a lot of these people start this off, and it's more so a persona. They're like, I'm just playing a character. I'm playing an exaggerated version of myself. I'm portraying a stereotype or something. But what ends up happening is it ends up becoming a part of their identity. And so when they receive criticism for their takes, the things that they say, the clips and the sound bites and the videos, it feels like it's an attack on me. I am under attack here. I'm only doing what a worse me would do. That doesn't make me bad, right? Exactly. So like you kind of captured it there. It's like, in some way they're like, come on, I'm just trolling. And it's like, okay, if all you do all day is just troll, then at some point that's just who you are. You become the persona that you project. And so the important thing to understand here is as the audience grows, it reinforces the behavior, and the person continues to adhere to this persona. They are becoming the person that they are portraying themselves to be. Let's continue that next step. Let's talk about the shift. This is when things start to go wrong. There's a scandal, there's backlash. Maybe the culture itself has shifted. Maybe their takes and their humor is of a bygone era, and maybe things are just different now. What ends up happening is there is tension. Tension has now formed. The more you follow a certain content creator, the more you will become like them. I try to take that responsibility very seriously. I try to do that very mindfully. I don't do that flippantly. So initially what's going to happen is when you start to get backlash, you're going to minimize it, you're going to dismiss it. You're like, who are they anyway? They're just clout chasing. They're just clout chasing. They're just trying to stir up drama. They're just trying to maintain relevance. You know, you're finding ways to dismiss the criticism. You're finding ways to rationalize it and minimize it. This criticism isn't valid. This isn't. Let's just ignore it. Isn't it usually an unknown pattern, awful behavior gets publicly revealed? Isn't that the usual arc? Sometimes that is. That would be that scandal. But sometimes it's more of a slow burn. Sometimes there are repeated incidences. Sometimes it's like you need the perfect victim to come forward in order for people to take it seriously. So this is when things start to shift for the creator, because that upward trend, that growth that they were having, it changes. They might still continue to grow. They might like further develop their audience of these, you know, but there's pushback. The people that started following them originally may start to leave. They may start to demand accountability. There are starting to be consequences for your behaviors. And instead of adapting, the creator views this dissent, this is betrayal. I'm afraid of the right-wing tilt. You know, we did a presentation just the other day about the right-wing grifter pipeline. You might find that one interesting. We covered that in depth. And we talked about why it happens, why it's self-reinforcing. It really does tie into a lot of those narcissistic trends. Though it ties a lot into this one as well. Because a lot of these people who do crash out do end up becoming right-wing grifters. There's some overlap here between these two topics. Anyway, let's continue. Let's talk about the spiral. The crash out begins. What will happen is the person who is receiving this backlash, they will become increasingly hostile towards those critics. They will start to get into fights with their former friends, their former allies, or even people who are just neutral observers. Anybody who is not on my team is my enemy. I am not open to criticism. I am not open to assessment. Everyone who is, if you're either with me or you're against me. You start to see this victim complex emerge. I'm actually the victim here. I'm being persecuted. This is unfair. I'm actually the victim here. Mike was watching some video clips earlier and they caught somebody on tape saying this verbatim. Like, actually, I'm the biggest victim here of all. And that's a classic narcissistic play. Actually, I'm the biggest victim. What ends up happening next is that they have to continue to escalate. They have to prove that they are dominant. This is their effort to stay relevant. Like, oh, you thought I was mad before, and this is the real me. This is the monster that you portrayed me to be. The monster's here now. As a result of this shift and this continued escalation, your audience will become polarized. The people who followed you casually will leave. They're not there for that. They're not there for that. They watched you because you were just some funny guy on the internet. And they're like, why do you keep talking about this stuff? Why do you keep complaining about this? Why is there all this drama? They're just not really there for it, so they'll leave. But the loyal enablers will remain. And they will continue to enable you. They will continue to push the people further and further in that direction. As a result, a person's emotional instability becomes more and more apparent. They get really angry, they start to rage, they become more paranoid, or they start to behave more erratically. Maybe they release 2-hour-long videos on YouTube. Is this presentation about Twitch drama and how to avoid it? This presentation is on the psychology behind a narcissistic meltdown in the internet space. So just take a moment to think. We were aware of some people who have been crashing out recently. Would you say that some of these behaviors fit? Would you say that you can think of examples or instances where they have engaged in this same exact thing? I've had people come in and talk to me about, I regret ever buying their merchandise. I don't know what to do with it now. I've got this overpriced junk in my closet and I feel bad for ever buying it. Is there any cure, any therapy for a narcissist? There is hope. There is hope, but it can be tough. There are ways that you can do it, but it's difficult. It's not easy. They have to want to get better. They have to recognize that their behaviors are self-destructive. They're ruining their relationships. And it's not going to get them the happiness that they want. And they have to own up. And they have to be accountable. And that can really hurt. Is it possible to be narcissistic about one particular thing in your life and not others? No, that would just be pride. That's different. Narcissism is a trend of behaviors. It's a defense mechanism. Have you done a presentation about narcissistic people /traits /dealing with them, etc. in general before? I did, and it's called How to Survive a Narcissist. Isn't pride and narcissism the same? No. No, but you're not wrong to think that, because that's a common misconception. A lot of people assume that they are the same thing, narcissism and pride. I just really like myself. I really think I'm great. Narcissists don't actually believe that they are great. Narcissists are so insecure that they need everyone else to believe that they are great in order to feel okay about themselves. They are so terrified of being irrelevant or people finding out that they're actually not all they're cracked up to be that they maintain this shell. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy to maintain. Are narcissists ever capable of recognizing that they are a narcissist? Yes, it's not impossible. It is difficult because it is one of those types of negative behavioral traits where it will reinforce itself. Especially if you have enablers. If you really want to help a narcissist, you kind of have to break them away from their enablers. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with loving yourself. There's nothing wrong with liking yourself or being proud of yourself. Those are all good things, and you should feel all of those things, and it isn't narcissistic to do it. Narcissism is a defense mechanism. Deep down, I am scared and frightened that people will find out that I'm actually just some guy. You know, I'm not all I'm cracked up to be. I'm not this great person that I need you to believe that I am. Narcissistic people are deep down actually very insecure. All right. So what happens after the collapse? I call it the black hole because watching a narcissist on the internet implode is kind of like a star being turned into a black hole. It's like it collapses in on itself, and it's just left with this void. There's just no light left in it. What ends up happening is they are alienated from the general public. The only people that remain are their most devoted followers. And this is when you start to see something that we refer to as niche radicalization. They will start to adopt extreme views as a way to maintain relevance. And this is why it ties into the right-wing grifter pipeline, because after a crash out, where do most of them go? They go to the right. Is there an opposite end of the narcissism spectrum? Yes, it's you. That would be you. You are the anti-narcissist. I feel like I'm dealing with a narcissistic person. I know I'm not a psychologist. Who am I to diagnose or say that? You can still pick up on things, and you can still be socially aware. You know, you don't have to be a psychologist to recognize a narcissist. If they have you worrying that you are actually the narcissist, then you probably aren't a narcissist. Because the thing about narcissists is that idea doesn't even really cross their mind. They're not like, hold on, now am I a narcissist? Could I actually be a narcissist? No, they don't even, doesn't even cross their mind. Because there's so much rationalization, there's so much enabling, there's just layer upon layer of defense mechanisms just coding this person. They have a hard time accepting what is really going on. Now, it is important for a person to recognize their narcissistic traits, because anybody can have narcissistic traits. And that doesn't mean that you are a narcissist. Oftentimes we learn narcissistic traits by the people that we spend time with growing up, you know, at home or at school. We pick things up. And so you owe it to yourself to be mindful of it. And we're going to talk more about what those behaviors are here in just a moment. This sort of reminds me of Jared Leto having his crash out and then starting a cult. See, now that would be, like, there are instances of people crashing out and going to that type of extreme. It's like, they either go to one extreme or the other. You don't crash out and then become a radical centrist. It just doesn't really work. Do you feel bad for them? I do. Because I feel like in many ways they just aren't living a very genuine and authentic life. It's exhausting to be a narcissist. You have to put so much time and effort and energy into maintaining this defense. It's not a satisfying way to live. It's really annoying how people use the word narcissist when they're arguing with their partners or something. Like, it's not a very light word. Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's a big difference, and I want you to know that there is a difference between being a full-blown narcissist and having narcissistic traits. Pretty much everybody has at least some sort of trait, some sort of maladaptive coping mechanism, some way that they address or handle an insecurity. They might have some difficulty with accepting accountability. We've all been there, we've all done it. Because nobody's perfect. But you can have those traits and not even be close to a full-blown narcissist. So toxic equals narcissist? Not always, but narcissism definitely is toxic. Not all toxic people are narcissistic, but all narcissists are toxic. Alright, so let's continue to describe what's going on here. As your mainstream support starts to dwindle, you will experience some financial instability. You know, after you've had this falling out. And so you're going to have to gravitate towards one of those more extreme viewpoints. This is why a lot of people end up going down that pipeline and finding themselves as right-wing grifters. Because they need to keep making money, and so now you're taking on new sponsors. You start streaming on new platforms so that you can appeal to that audience. Or perhaps they'll try to rebrand themselves. Some people will try to rebrand themselves. Sometimes they'll be successful. Sometimes they won't be so successful. Or sometimes they fade into complete irrelevance. They're like, hey, whatever happened to that person? They're just gone. I used to talk to a guy, I didn't realize he was a narcissist until things ended between us. You don't notice things like love bombing until you're out of it. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have to take a few steps back to really take in the full picture. When you're all up in it and you're looking at it real closely, it's hard to see the patterns. In severe cases of narcissistic crash out, you might witness some mental health deterioration. In some instances, you just may never hear from this person again. They just might go on to live a quiet life. They get a job at a gas station or a factory, or, you know, they disappear. They just fade into obscurity. Part of why I stopped dating, I don't know how to not love bomb. Awareness is the first step in changing a behavior. So just continuously assess yourself and say, well, like, what could I do differently? Slow, gradual changes. All right, let's talk about the patterns and behaviors that you will see in a narcissistic person. All right, now this slide will be much more applicable to a lot of the examples that you might have from your personal life as far as dealing with narcissists. Let's get into it. First up, we got to talk about Darvo. Whenever you notice somebody using Darvo, this is one of the biggest tells that this person has narcissistic traits. Darvo stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So this is all about shifting blame. The person that is critical of me, the person that is accusing me, I'm actually going to shift onto them. I'm the real victim here. When we broke up, my narcissistic ex used Darvo against me. Yeah, I would go so far as to say that most people in here have probably had someone use Darvo against them at some point in their life. Maybe you came to somebody and you had a concern. You know, maybe they did something. You know, maybe it was somebody you're dating and they did something and it just made you feel some type of way. It made you feel insecure. It made you feel, you know, not good. And so you came to them and you wanted to talk to them about it. And you said, hey, I want to talk about that thing that happened. And then they say, I'm going to give you an example of the Darvo now. But like, no, hold on. What are you talking about? That didn't happen. No. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. See, why are you always starting drama? I'm just sitting here. I thought we were having a good day. And then you come up to me with some bullshit out of nowhere and you just try to start a fight for no reason. That's Darvo. And it'll make you feel like you're crazy. It'll make you feel like, huh, are they right? Did I just do that? Am I the bad one? Sorry, what is Darvo? I had an ad. Can we get a gifted sub? Can we get a gifted sub? For not just for them, but for me, so that I don't have to... I'll break it down again. Because let's give another example. Let's give another example. Let's say that you are dating someone and they said, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out with some friends and I'll be back at this time. And then that time rolls around and they don't show up and you're worried and you're trying to call them. They're not answering their phone. And you don't hear from them until the next morning. You finally hear from them. Silver Pros, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. So let's say that you have a valid concern, you know, something happened in your relationship that just makes you feel bad, you know, like you had an agreement and they went against it and you just want to talk to them about it. Like, hey, what happened? They shift it back onto you. They accuse you of being controlling. They accuse you of starting drama. They accuse you of being the instigator here. And so they have now shifted the blame onto you. Instead of saying, you know what, you're right, I'm sorry, I should have done differently. Danke für das Geschenk, Cabo. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard is one of the most infamous cases of Darvo in recent memory. That case fucked up so many people. Like, so many people just saw that case and just started to develop such dog shit opinions online because of it. Anybody who actually has a brain could realize that these two people were both narcissistic and they were both abusive to each other in different ways. But two people can abuse each other in a relationship and one person can still be more abusive than the other. It doesn't mean that there's just, it's not black and white. It's not just the victim and the perpetrator. It's not that simple. In their relationship, it was definitely coming from both sides, but one person was definitely doing the majority of it. Reactive abuse is still abuse, but it's reactive for a reason. Exactly. I agree. Anyway, we're not going to rehash all that and break all that down. Let's just say it is what it is. Let's carry on. You always make me smile talking in German. Bischbald. Es ist kein Problem. Meine Deutsch ist sehr gut. Yeah, sometimes you find yourself in a toxic relationship and it's like you were both contributing into it in some way. Can I repeat what I have said because the chat covered my message up? Oh yeah, go for it. Oh wait, no, I can scroll up, I can see it. I'm still vaping, but I think it's less than I used to, like it's majorly cut. It's not that the vape is bad, but it does its thing, you know? Hey, you're working on cutting it out, you know, you're getting there. Quitting nicotine sucks. It takes time. Just do it mindfully, just keep working towards freeing yourself of it. Anyway, Darvo. Somebody has probably Darvoed you at some point in the history of your life. You come to somebody with a problem and you're trying to talk to them about it, but then they deny that it's a problem and actually you're the problem for bringing it up. Have you ever been made to feel that way? Anyway, you're seeing a lot of this go on the internet. A lot of people just being like, I'm actually the victim here. Another common behavior that you see is doubling down. You see a lot of people doubling down right now. Instead of acknowledging my faults and owning up to my wrongdoing and apologizing and, you know, making an honest attempt to, you know, say, you know what, I'm going to do better. What I did was fucked up. I'm going to do better. It's like, no, they double down. They escalate. They make entire video essays about people. Another common pattern you see is cult-like isolation. These people will tend to surround themselves just with their enablers. You know, you start to develop this in-group versus out-group mentality. I can only surround myself with people that validate me and make me feel good about myself and tell me I'm doing the right thing and that everyone else is bad. This is part of what drives a person further and further down this narcissistic spiral. You don't want to surround yourself just with enablers. You're not doing yourself any favors by not opening up to alternative perspectives or alternative opinions. What about avoidance to the faults and shifting it to other factors using excuses like I was young? Ah, so we're talking about another more avoidance behaviors. Yes, that's another thing that they'll commonly do. There's always some sort of excuse for it. We'll go over the narcissist's prayer again here in a moment. We'll finish this slide up and then we'll review the narcissist's prayer. I feel like the narcissist's prayer really encapsulates everything that a narcissist will do. Another common thing you will see in these instances of a narcissistic crash out online, grandiosity turns into bitterness. This inflated sense of self, you know, the sensation of my own greatness, it becomes bitterness. I'm the only one that sees the truth. Everybody who is against me, that's like, you'll start to see stuff like, they got the woke mind virus. You know, these extremist leftists, you know, I am the only one who sees the truth. Everyone else is wrong. Another thing you commonly see is paranoia and projection. Because this type of person doesn't normally act in good faith, they will assume that everybody else who wants to engage with them and, you know, talk to them about this is also engaging in bad faith. They start to believe in conspiracies. They become more paranoid, more isolated. You know, Narcissus, the scientific name for daffodil, is named this because everywhere man has settled on Earth, there are Narcissus that has become invasive. There's another plant. There's another plant. It's called, it's the broadleaf plantain, but it's also known as the white man's footprint. Because it traveled over with the colonization of Europeans into like the American region. And wherever this plant was popping up, you were like, oh yeah, white people have been here. I learned about this plant because I saw it in my backyard. Whenever a new plant pops up in my backyard, I try to identify it so that I know what it is. I've identified so many different plants just growing in my backyard. It's honestly so fun. Yeah, it's a useful plant, so it's not bad. My parents thought our entire town had it out for them, but could never explain why they thought that, just because people wanted to take us down because of our name. Oh my god, see, now you're really seeing what some extreme narcissism can do to a person. That is just a hill that they will die on. It's like, everyone in the entire world is against me? It's like, really? Like, there's a saying that goes, in your day, if you encounter an asshole, that person was probably an asshole. But if during your day all you encounter are assholes, then you were probably the asshole. And so they find themselves surrounded by assholes, but they're not aware enough to realize, wait, hold on, what's the common denominator here? Oh yeah, it's me. Maybe I'm the asshole. I faced racism so much, I don't know why racism towards Indians is ignored. Can you tell me why? You know, it's something that really upsets me as well, because we didn't even refer in school to the mass killings and displacement of Native Indigenous Americans as a genocide until I was in my master's degree. It's something that's very glossed over. It's a point of shame, but it's something that's important to learn about. In the same way that learning about learning about the bombings in Tulsa, there's just a lot that we don't teach people about in school. Because it makes us feel bad, it makes us feel guilty. We're not talking about Native Americans. See, I'm speaking from my cultural perspective here, and that's definitely a blind spot in the American education system, is our treatment of the indigenous people. But no, racism against Indian people has also increased. It'll never cease to piss me off that anytime people are struggling, they just immediately jump to, who can I blame for this? Let's blame somebody who looks different. Let's blame somebody who's got more melanin in their skin. I want to show you something real quick. This is the Narcissist's Prayer. If you've ever encountered a narcissist, this will really ring true for you. The Narcissist's Prayer. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that big of a deal. And if it was, it's not that bad. It's not that big a deal. I misread. I fucked it up from the beginning. Start over. Start over. Forget that ever happened. Hold on, I'm gonna wipe your memory. Hold on. There we go. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is the Narcissist's Prayer. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. My dad would never make it past line 3 because he would have to hypothetically consider he was at fault. Right? It's honestly kind of impressive the lengths that some people will go to completely avoid any accountability. Like they could run you over with their car, piss drunk, and they blame you for not looking before you stepped out in the street. You're like, I wasn't on the street, I was in the sidewalk. Well, you should have watched out. There was a car coming towards you. Why didn't you get out of the way? I feel bad for those types of people because when you have that mindset and you have that approach to accountability and resolving conflict, that's a very sure way to find yourself very lonely, very isolated, very miserable. This is why narcissism is what we call a maladaptive coping mechanism. It can make you feel better, but ultimately it's fucking you over. It's not going to get you anywhere good. My parents can't even make it past the first line. Can I just say something? It's because they're stupid. Not only are they malicious and evil, but they are also dumb. It's a dangerous combo. Dumb and evil. You want to put your parents and my parents in the same room and see what happens?
Let them fight.
I'm starting to believe that I'm not the dummy I was raised to believe I am. So you gotta remember, the only reason why they raised you to feel like you were a dummy is because they're dumb as shit. They weren't smart enough to recognize that you're actually an intelligent person. So don't feel dumb just because a dumb person said you were dumb. Try not to give power over your life or how you view yourself or, you know, your own self-image to dumb people. They would probably love each other. No. No, probably not. Those people don't know how to make friends. They exist in a world where you're either a winner or a loser, and there can only be one winner, and it's them. Everybody else is therefore losers. Are Karen's narcissist or something else? I would say there's a difference between like entitlement. I would say that a lot of like that type of behavior stems from like privilege and entitlement, which is a little bit different. You do see a lot of that in a narcissistic person, a lot of this privilege and entitlement, but it's not only in those people. My parents have friends. They don't have friends. They have people that they spend time with that they pretend are their friends, but I can guarantee the second that they leave them, they're talking shit on them. They aren't their actual friends. They have people that they can occasionally meet up with so that they have somebody to criticize and judge so that they can maintain their narcissistic supply. That's different. They're the type of person where as soon as they leave their friend's house, they're like, oh my god, can you see that? Did you see that color they painted their living room? Oh my god, that dinner that they made? They need to learn how to cook. They don't have actual friends. They have people that they hang out with so that they can make themselves feel better about themselves, and maybe they'll pretend to be nice to them just so that they can maintain the relationship. So yeah, they aren't their friends. Friends don't treat friends that way. When two narcissists bond, how they do not recognize they're probably treating each other how they treat everyone else. Narcissists have a great way of deluding themselves. My mom's favorite criticism, God, you've gotten fat. Sheesh. Have you heard about the crabs in the bucket? Oh yeah, it's like when you're a crab in a bucket, the reason why they call it that is because when a crab tries to climb out of the bucket, what normally happens is the other crabs will pull it back into the bucket. None of them are able to really escape because they keep pulling themselves down every time one of them starts to climb up. It's kind of like when you're dealing with a drowning person and they will push you underwater in order to stay above water. It's a very animalistic, primal thing. It's not something that we have to act on if we are aware of it, but it is something that a lot of people will do because they just aren't mindful. You know, in going back to the stuff that your mom says to you, it's like sometimes it can be helpful when a person does something like that to just, instead of giving them an emotional reaction or, you know, doing it that way, just act in such a way where you're more curious about their behaviors. They're like, so they say, oh, you've gotten fat. And you're like, how are you trying to make me feel when you say that? Like, if you're gonna say something to me that is just intended to make me feel bad, I want you to own that shit, motherfucker. I'm gonna look you in the eye and say, how are you trying to make me feel right now? Ultimately, they want attention. If I ignore her or pretend I can't hear her, she gets way more upset. Ugh. Do narcissists ever self-love or not? They have a hard time with it. They have to maintain this image. They need other people to love them so that they can love themselves. So it's not really a genuine or sustainable form of self-love, because if they had that, then they probably wouldn't be a narcissist. I feel like they would just pretend and be concerned about health or some crap like that. Well, then I would follow up that by saying, isn't there a nicer way to put that? Because the way that you're saying, how would you feel if somebody said that to you? You know, you gotta put it back on them. You gotta encourage them to be accountable. You're trying to say, in the nicest possible terms, hey, what you just said was fucked up and mean. Is there any way that you could do that that's not so fucked up and mean so that I want to visit you in the nursing home? Like, people just, they don't get it. Like, they treat their kids like shit, and then they wonder why they never want to call them, never want to spend time with them. They just dump them off in a nursing home. Like, well, what do you expect? This reminds me of the Narcissistic Parents subreddit. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the best thing to do with a narcissist is to just leave them alone. Don't give them the attention that they are looking for. My sister claims our parents are so great, but also says that she will put them in a nursing home and they will never live with her. You know, I think that she's realizing she's got an internal difficulty, you know, she's got an internal disagreement. She's like, let me just say, it's not easy to accept that your parents suck. Especially if sometimes they're good. Final thoughts? Narcissistic traits. They thrive in online spaces. Narcissists love validation, they love encouragement, they love to hear people say that what you're doing is correct and good and true and based. And so the online content creator space has enabled this flourishing of narcissists that's kind of unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's so instantaneous and it's so ingrained, it's actually kind of fascinating to me. What contributes to this crash out is a lack of self-awareness and a lack of your ability to adapt. You know, you continue to reinforce and enable these negative self-destructive behaviors, and you go further and further into this narcissistic hole, and then you come out the other side, and next thing you know, you're streaming on Rumble. You're a right-wing grifter. You're like, how did I even get here? Can you save this stream on your channel? Yes, the VOD will be on my Twitch channel, and it'll also be uploaded to my YouTube channel. The way that an audience will interact with a content creator plays an important role in how this progresses. When you surround yourself with loyal enablers, it prolongs the spiral. Can you think of Can you think of anybody right now who's kind of crashing out? They're going down this narcissistic path. They're using those techniques that we talked about, or those behavioral patterns. And the reason why they're continuing to do that is because they are surrounded with enablers. Longtime fans, people on their payroll. A lot of these people, when you're a big content creator, it's not just you. It's like you've got staff. You got people that work for you. EK. Now, I told you I wasn't really going to name anybody, but it's kind of hard not to when one of them especially is really just hitting all these nails on the head. There are a couple of people right now who are they're just checking all the boxes. They're like, wow, this really is a full-blown narcissistic crash out, and it's kind of a spectacle to behold. It's like watching a star implode and turn into a black hole. It's a phenomenon of nature. Like, I have a hard time looking away. When we become more observant of these cycles, it can help us to recognize the early warning signs. And when I say that because we want to be mindful of when the people that we follow, the people whose content that we consume, whenever they start to go down this path, we can be more mindful of that so we don't end up enabling them. We want to encourage them to be accountable. We want the people that we follow, the people whose content we consume, we want them to be responsible. We want them to be accountable. We want them to be a good role model for positive behaviors. So that's the presentation. I'm going to leave this one up for a minute. Because I just really want you to think, does this fit anybody that you know? Does this fit anybody whose content that you are familiar with? Does porn addiction help to create narcissism too? Is that addiction harmful? Porn addiction is harmful in ways that are different from other addictions. All addictions are harmful, but porn addiction, it's like it changes your brain chemistry. It's like it changes the way that you view sex, it changes the way that you view relationships and intimacy, and it kind of sets you up for failure in a romantic space because you spend so much time divulging in, media and fantasy. I don't know why, I'm just really worried about becoming like my parents all the time. That worry that you have is what's going to make sure that that doesn't happen. If you weren't worried that that was going to happen, then it would happen, right? If you just didn't care, if you were just ambivalent, if you were like, hey, my parents are fucking awesome, then you would end up being like them, right? Worrying that you're going to be like them is what prevents you from becoming like them. If you weren't worried about becoming like them, I would be more concerned about that. So you want that worry to be there because that's what's preventing you from doing it. How can narcissists change if they are willing to change? It's tricky, it's painful. Because to a narcissist, especially one that's been a long-standing narcissist, they've been relying on these techniques and these coping skills for a long time. Accepting any sort of accountability, it feels like an entire collapse. This house of cards is crumbling. It feels painful. It's scary. It's like dying. But if they are willing to change, it is possible. You have to be able to say, you know what? I need to stop blaming other people for my problems. I need to own up and recognize that if I want my life to be better, I have to do that. I can't just walk all over people. It sounds hard. It is hard, but it's not impossible. You know? It's not impossible. But you can see why it's difficult, especially when you're a big-time content creator and you're surrounded with enablers. It's like when you surround yourself with enablers, it really fucks you over. Because they're just going to drive you further and further into your bad behaviors. Anyway, this has been the presentation on Narcissistic Crashout. Any questions? We're open for discussion. What do we think? Did we cover it accurately? Did we leave anything out? Is there anything more to talk about? Anything more to explore? We're witnessing some of this happen in real time. There are people who are, being threatened with lawsuits. There are people who are, potentially facing time in prison. There are people whose careers are collapsing. Their sub numbers are dropping. They're losing sponsorships. They're losing opportunities. Oh yes, how to help. Okay, good question. Encourage accountability. That's all you can do, is just try to encourage them to be accountable. Don't enable them. Will it work? Probably not. But really, that's all you can do, is just try to be a voice of reason. And don't continue to support them if they continue to go down that path. What about Ben Shapiro? The thing about Ben Shapiro is he's not a complete idiot. Like, don't get me wrong, he is a dumbass, but he's not a complete idiot, and he knows how to make money doing what he does. He's one of those grifters who is intelligent enough to know how to grift. He doesn't kind of just fall into it because of his beliefs or anything like that. It's more mindful than that. It's more insidious than that. Not sure if he's an actual narcissist. I like the way he speaks, it's funny. See, now the thing about Ben Shapiro is that he speaks in such a way that he will speak quickly and rapidly in fast succession because it gives the impression that I'm actually more intelligent than I actually am. If I'm able to speak quickly and use many words instead of just a few words, it gives you the impression that I must really know what I'm talking about and that my brain operates on some sort of higher speed. But in reality, it just kind of makes you sound like a cartoon character. It makes you sound like a chipmunk. It's a legitimate strategy that people will use. Because when you're a dumb person and you see somebody speaking fast, you're like, oh, they must be smart. Look how fast their brain works. Ben Shapiro takes advantage of that. He says a lot without really saying much at all. It's kind of just a way of like gish galloping, of muddying the waters a little bit. You're kind of just inundating people in a sea of bullshit. So that they have a hard time, figuring out what is actually true. I'm struggling so much with decision-making OCD lately. I need a presentation on that. Presentation on analysis paralysis. Sounds like a good one. Jacob Glenn, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Oh, we're getting so close to that sub goal. I think we're gonna hit it today. I once encountered a woman with erotomania for Ben Shapiro on Reddit. She made a lot of drawings of her and Ben. Whoa. Is Vaush mentally unstable? Can I just say something? Can I just say something broadly? If you're going to be an online persona that just gives hot takes on political issues all day, every day as your job, you've got to be at least a little bit mentally unhinged. Myself included. I will gladly include myself amongst that. I will say that in some ways I can be a little bit unhinged. But I think I'm unhinged in a fun way. You know, like a fun professor. You know, you got to be a little bit crazy to hit that go live button. You know what I mean? You got to be at least a little bit crazy to go online and just start talking shit. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chat, if you have enjoyed this content, if you like this type of discussion, this type of psychoanalysis, consider supporting this stream by subscribing. It means a lot. It's how I'm able to do what I do. So I appreciate all of your support. Thank you all so much. But I'm helping people. You know, a lot of grifters believe that they're helping people too. So anyway, just in the upcoming days, as some of these unfolding events continue, just be mindful of some of the stuff that we talked about. You know, what's going on internally within these people who are going through these crashouts. Because I can guarantee there's gonna be more. You haven't seen it all yet. We got people threatening lawsuits for defamation. We've got people facing legal charges or time in prison. The internet drama right now is juicy. And I'm not good. This isn't going to be news to you, but the internet content creator space is full of people with narcissistic traits. I'm not going to say that it's full of narcissists because that's an exaggeration, but there are definitely a lot of narcissistic traits. Just like there are a lot of narcissistic traits within the general population. It's something to be more mindful of and more aware of so that we can distance ourselves from these traits. Narcissistic traits are just a way to help us feel more secure about ourselves, to avoid accountability, to feel better about ourselves, to feel appreciated and understood. These are people who are hurting, and they're trying to make that hurt go away. But in doing so, they oftentimes hurt others, and that's why it's messed up. What's your opinion on Reddit? Reddit is kind of cringe. Reddit is kind of cringe. I go on there every once in a while and I'll just look at the comments and I'll just be like, ugh, it's gotten worse. It's just all a big fucking circle jerk. It's just the same recycled jokes and the same recycled posts, and like, look how smart and intelligent we are. It's kind of cringe. Yeah, and as far as internet drama, I'm not really one to weigh in on internet drama. My angle is I'm going to explain some of the psychology behind it so that when you go off and you enjoy your internet drama content creators, you can approach it from a more educated place, a more psychologically minded place. Must be in the wrong subreddits. Some subreddits are okay, you know, but it's like just the mainstream ones are just kind of I always get the vibe that Redditors think they are smarter than they actually are. Yeah, do you remember when they were investigating the Boston Marathon bombing and they went after the wrong person? We did it, Reddit. That's where the "we did it" Reddit meme stemmed from. Reddit cannot become 4chan. Twitter, if you go on Twitter nowadays, it feels a lot like 4chan. I don't go on 4chan and I haven't been on there in a long time, but I used to go there when I was younger. You know, in my teens and early 20s. But Twitter now feels like 4chan. It feels like 4chan. It's just people saying slurs at each other, just fighting over everything. It sucks. I like Blue Sky, it is very chill, but sometimes I like a little bit of, I like a little bit of grit. Sometimes sometimes it feels a little bit too kumbaya for me. I like it though, don't get me wrong. Is there a fine line between a narcissistic crash out and an autistic crash out? Yeah, they're probably totally different. Now that being said, you can be narcissistic and autistic. There's nothing that says you can't be both. I made an account on Blue Sky, but never been there since. It's not bad. People are in general much more polite. Honestly, my biggest social media binge is YouTube. I have an account, but I somehow ended up with a lot of furry videos. Whenever I go on TikTok, it's terrible because I've never really spent time on TikTok, so my algorithm suggestions are just all over the place. It just recommends me stuff that it thinks I'll like, and I'm like, yeah, no, get this out of here. Does Pinterest count as social media? Yes. Discord is technically social media. Any place that you can get together and communicate and have a space with other people online, that is social media. I heard about 4chan. Is it just as bad as Reddit? It's worse. 4chan is the butthole of the internet. 4chan's big thing is free speech and anonymity. And whenever you have free speech and anonymity, people just feel entitled to say all sorts of fucked up shit. Isn't 4chan notorious for illegal porn? Yes. But a lot of what there have been a lot of people, and I'm not trying to defend 4chan here, okay? But I just want to say that there were people who were on 4chan who broke off and started their own websites. Like, the guy who went off and started the 8chan or something, the one that basically perpetuated all of the QAnon nonsense and stuff, because 4chan it started having too many rules. And they wanted their speech to be even more free. So there are people out there on websites that are even worse because 4chan became too tame for them. I've been on 4chan one time and it was a man trying to show me weird porn. It's scared. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. The thing about it though is like there's a lot on there that's just completely like safe for work. There are boards that are just about crafts and hobbies and photography and, you know, cooking and all sorts of stuff. But of course it's 4chan, so it's all gonna be a little bit like the amount of moderation within 4chan. It kind of just depends on which board are you posting. And so in many ways, it does kind of remind you of Reddit or like some of these other types of social media platforms. Even the crafts, yeah, you'll get that. Like you'll be on some random thing and you'll be talking about crocheting techniques and somebody will just call you a slur. It's like, okay. They love their freedom of speech. For a lot of people, freedom of speech is just equal to freedom to say slurs. And that's just really weird to me. You remember Silk Road? The guy that founded it got pardoned by Trump. Ross Ulbricht. He was pardoned after 11 years in prison. He was dealt a double life sentence. You want a little bit of internet history? A guy by the name of Lars Ulbricht, he started a website called the Silk Road. It was an anonymous marketplace, and it was a place where a lot of people go to buy drugs on the internet. You had to have a special browser. You had to have, you couldn't just access this through a regular browser. You had to do it through a secure browser. This was what you might call the dark web. But he was sentenced to 2 life sentences in prison for this, and he ended up getting pardoned. Double life sentences? Yeah, he was released 11 years into 2 concurring life sentences. He was handed double life sentence plus 40 years. Like, could I get on the... If you go on the dark web and try to buy something nowadays, you're probably going to end up just talking to a Fed. You're probably just going to get caught up in a sting operation. Yeah, the glory days of being able to just buy drugs anonymously online, it's a new world now. Things have changed. You can't just buy stuff on the dark web like you used to. Not that I ever did. Not that I ever did. I didn't do it. I didn't do shit. So you know that Tor, the Onion Relay, aka... Yeah, it was actually made by the American government. Oh yeah, and they love to use it to catch criminals. There's a lot of honeypots on that internet space. Yeah, and now you can just buy weed legally in most places. That's pretty cool. I will get on the dark web and try to responsibly buy migraine medications to see if I get arrested. You're gonna get hit with jail time for trying to get on that Nurtec. Nurtec ain't worth prison. Are you a leftist or a right-wing guy? What sort of vibe do you get from me? I think you might be able to guess. Just based on looking at me, just based on the headband. This is a progressive headband. I unfortunately am currently banned from opening new crypto accounts, but I need to buy a fake ID so I can open fake accounts, damn it. You're probably better off just staying away from crypto altogether. There's just a lot of instability and insecurity, especially in the financial sector right now, so investing in crypto is probably a terrible idea. Right now, it's basically just a scam. You just get people getting rug pulled all the time. You hippie. I only dress like a hippie so that people, they misunderestimate me. They misunderestimate me. You don't want to sell us chat and coin? Yeah, buy my coins. Buy brain bucks. Get on those brain bucks. I made decent money on it. Yeah, but you also have a tremendous potential to lose everything. That's like saying I got banned from the casino because I found out a loophole in their slot machine. Like, no, you don't want to go back to gambling. I'm gonna start my own cryptocurrency. And we're just gonna let it ride. Don't worry, it will definitely not be a rug pull. What isn't a gamble at this point? Some good self-care. That's an honest bet. That's a bet that you should take. That a little bit of good self-care will do me some good. There's a video of a guy crashing out hard after that Argentine president rug pull. Isn't it wild that there are actually presidents doing crypto rug pulls now? This is insane. This is like, what a clown world. We have presidents doing crypto rug pulls. If you don't know anything about crypto and you don't know what I mean when I say a crypto rug pull, let me just explain it real quick. It's pretty easy to understand. All you have to do to make your own cryptocurrency is make it. It's really easy. Anybody can make a coin. Anybody can make a cryptocurrency. It might be a meaningless piece of junk, but you can make it. Anybody can do it. This is why there are thousands and thousands of different types of cryptocurrencies nowadays. And so, since anybody can make a coin, you can tell people, hey, I'm making a new coin, invest money in this coin, and then people do, and then the person who had made the coin, they just sell all of the coin. So now it's worthless. There's no value to it. That's a rug pull. You get people to invest, and then you cash out, and then they're left with nothing. This has happened so many times. Let me give you an example of a crypto rug pull. There was a kid, he was like 11 or 12, and he made a cryptocurrency, and then he did a rug pull. Nothing huge, a couple $1,000. And then, you know what he did after that? After the rug pull? He made a new coin. It was apology coin. He was apologizing for the first rug pull. We're doing it, we're making amends. We're starting a new coin. And you know what he did? He rug pulled him again. He did it again. Your account will be permanently suspended. Well, it's been nice knowing you, everybody. The Twitch police are here. It's been nice knowing you. They finally got me. We knew it was bound to happen. I need some advice on something. Alright, let's take a look. A month ago, we had exams at university, and my friends stayed overnight at my house with my other two roommates for the whole month. At the end of the month, we told them that we were going to split the cost of the gas only because it was going to be very expensive. It cost us 90 euros when it's normally 50. The problem is, now that one of our friends didn't like that it cost her 30 euros, which is what she should each pay, what we should each pay, and she got angry at the same time that she is behaving like a little girl because she doesn't want to come to our house anymore, which is much more rude, but at the same time she tries to hide it. It's like a game of hypocrisy, which makes me very nervous, and I don't know what to do. Because now she has convinced the rest of our friends not to come back to our house, and this childish behavior really pisses me off. My advice would be good riddance. Lesson learned. Sometimes you will spend time with people and you'll hang out with people and maybe you even know them for a little while. Maybe you know them for a few months. Maybe you know them for a year or two. And then something happens. Money gets involved and they show their true colors. This is when they want to be immature and childish and not do the right thing and blame you. And okay, lesson learned. What do we want to do here? Do we want to try to fix this person? Do we want to try to help this person see the error of their ways? Is that something that we want to take the time and the energy to do? Or is it okay if we just say, you know what? This person's just not a good friend. Lesson learned. You'll notice in life sometimes that people will just not be a good fit. They'll just not be the friend that you thought that they were. So what I would say is, if this person wants to make drama, don't play their game. Because that's just going to give you, even though you are valid to do that, even though you are valid in feeling frustrated and calling them out on their crappy behavior, and you are right to do that, it might not be helpful to you in the long run. Because other people outside of the situation might view you as being harsh or vindictive or, you know, whatever. And I think the best thing to do is to just distance yourself from this person. Our friendship is not what it once was. Lesson learned. You know, this isn't somebody that I need to pour my emotional energy into. Just continue to be a good friend, continue to be kind, and, you know, everything that a friend would want to be with these other friends. And just show them that, hey, you know, it's them that's acting up. But you just want to be mindful of when you get reactive. If somebody comes at you with some bullshit, like what this person is doing, they're coming at you with some bullshit, it's probably best to just try to keep it cool and not be too reactive to what they're doing, because that's just going to give them more ammunition to use against you. It's going to drive a wedge in your other relationships. So what I would say is just redirect that energy into the people that actually do, you know, treat you and value you as a friend should be treated. Sometimes the best thing to do in a drama game is not play. Sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away. This place is such a comforting, safe space. I wish I could evolve more, but damn, I feel like my English sucks sometimes, and wanted to say so thanks for your work, and also chat for being you. So let me get this straight. You're gonna send that message with perfect English I can't tell you how many times I get somebody who writes something in and they're like, I'm sorry for my bad English. And I'm like, you speak English better than I speak English. I know one language. Oh, thank you for the kind words. Also, your English is just fine. I had no idea that it wasn't your first language. I thought you spoke German. 9. Ich kann nicht Deutsch sprechen. Ich habe keine Idee, was sie sagt. I said, I have no idea what I'm saying. Ich habe keine Idee. I have no idea. Was ich, what I gesagt, which is just what I'm saying. What you put the verb at the end of the sentence when you're speaking German? So if you're like, I'm gonna go to the cafe, it's like, I want to go to the cafe. Ich will zum dem Café gehen or gayen or something. I don't know. It's at the end. The verb's at the end. It's a funny language. Now do French. If I were to do a French impersonation, it would please no one. I don't know any French. I only know what French sounds like. French sounds like bonjour, oui oui. The thing that I know about French is you'll see a word and you'll think it's pronounced one way, and it's like, sometimes you just don't even pronounce all the letters. Pronounce half the letters. Like, oh, okay. I took 6 years of French and I found it to be more intuitive than English. And my understanding is that French doesn't have a very expansive vocabulary. So a lot of the nuance of French is learning the pronunciation and then learning how to operate within a more restrictive vocabulary. French is more vibes-based. Oh my god, you're right. It is a very vibes-based language. Omelette du fromage. Les incompétents. Kevin, you're what the French would call les incompétents. I thought French had an insane amount of words. Oh, that would be English. English has more words than we know what to do with. English has a ridiculous amount of words. That's one of the hard parts of learning English, is just the massive vocabulary. Also, there's a lot of other languages that just use the English word in their language. German has a lot of words that are just English words. Hi, Papa. I have a problem. My teacher is showing interest, and it's very weird. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The thing is that we started the semester a few weeks ago, and I met this new teacher who gave us his Insta. The fuck is a teacher doing giving you their Instagram? Whatever happened to boundaries? This just isn't okay. I would say, okay, hold on. Let me just say something. Let's say you're in college. Right? And you go through a college course and you're finishing that course, but you liked the professor, you thought they were cool. It's like, "Hey, how can we stay in touch?" That I would say is a little bit different than if you're somebody who's actively enrolled in the class with them. I would say that's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Because as long as you're enrolled in their class actively, you have a position of power over them. And so you need to maintain a professional boundary. Like once you graduate, once you're done with the class, it's like, who cares? You're both adults. It's fine. But when you're still in it, you need to maintain that distance, that professional boundary. You can't become too entangled in somebody's personal life. So yeah, this is a red flag. He gave us his Instagram. I followed him, and after I asked him once about something I didn't understand, he just kept talking. I mean, I thought it was normal. Until he started asking me if I liked to dominate people in a sexual way and wishing me good night while asking me to stay after class. This is wrong in so many ways. This is wrong in many ways. This is in no way appropriate. This is like go to the head of, like if this is college, you go to the department head and you're like, what the fuck is this? Oof. This is predatory. This needs to be reported. I told my boyfriend about that, and he said that maybe he had interpreted my way of being as a sexual attraction to him for grades or something, which made me think a little. All right, hold on. Tap the brakes, boyfriend. Tap the brakes, boyfriend. This is in no way on you. This is in no way on you. This is in no way, shape, or form your fault. He's putting it back onto you and saying that you did something wrong. It's like, no. The person in the wrong here is your professor. They are the one that is in the position of power and authority. Your professor has a full responsibility where if they interpret anything that you are saying to them as being, you're coming on to them, or you're showing interest or attraction, they need to nip that shit in the bud. It's the professor's responsibility to shut that shit down, not enable it and not dive into it. And so your boyfriend needs to not pin any of this responsibility onto you, okay? The thing is that the teacher has 2 children, so I don't know what to think about him or even what to do because I'm afraid that if I stop talking to him abruptly, it will affect my grades. See, this is exactly what we're talking about. They are in a position of power over you. And this is why this is wrong. Is because now you are in a position where if I don't do what they say, am I going to get in trouble? That's why what they're doing is so wrong, not just because it's wrong. Well, it's wrong in many ways, but that's one of the main ones is it's that power over you. Now you feel like I have to respond to this. I have to engage with it. Otherwise, I'm going to suffer because of this. So I think you need to take this upstairs. I think you need to go above him, and you need to talk to his boss. Because if he's doing it to you, he's gonna do it to other people. And this is not the type of person that we need in an academic space. Somebody that preys upon their students. What I would do is I would go to the department head. Whatever teacher this is, I'm assuming it's in college. This sounds like a college teacher. If it's not a college teacher and this is a high school teacher, I'm even more disgusted. But I'm assuming that this is college. And the procedure for this would be, I go to the head of the department. What class does this professor teach? The person who is the department head is basically their boss within the academic structure. So you talk to them and you express your concerns. You document everything. On this day, this happened. He told me to, he gave me his Instagram, and, I assumed that would just be a way to talk about class stuff, but then he started making it sexual. You have concerns, and you are right to be concerned about those things, but you didn't do anything wrong here. You didn't lead anybody on. You didn't do anything wrong. You were being set up to being taken advantage of. This person was trying to prey on you. So you go to the department head, and you talk to them, and you see what they can do about it. Just follow up with them. Keep talking to them. If they won't do anything about it, then go even further up. Go to the higher ups. Go talk to whoever will be willing to listen. Because you don't want the type of person who does this to have this position of power, because they can't be trusted with it. They're taking advantage of the power and the prestige that they have, and they're using it to prey on people, and that's not good. And I just want to reiterate, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Even if the Yeah, exactly. I'm like, you need to talk to anybody who is willing to listen. Document it all, put it together in an email, send it to their boss, send it to their boss's boss, send it to the president of the university. If you just go tell one person about it, there's a chance that they'll just try to sweep it under the rug, and that's why it's important to tell multiple people. Also, you're protected in this. They can't punish you for this, because then there's grounds for a lawsuit, and I don't think that they want to have to pay you a bunch of money. If they try to do anything to let's say that you do go tell somebody about it and they try to punish you for it, you have a great lawsuit on your hands. That is good advice to tell multiple people. Exactly. You want to tell as many people are willing to listen. You know, if I have an issue with you, I'm not just going to tell your boss. I'm going to tell your boss's boss and their boss. I'm going to tell the head of the department. I'm going to tell, the vice president, the president. I'll CC them on that email. Don't just do it for you, because you were wronged here and this was inappropriate and you were, they were trying to take advantage of you, but don't just do it for you. Do it for all of the other people that he would be willing to do this to. I'm afraid of how it's going to affect how people and teachers see me by reporting this type of stuff. As somebody who is unwilling to tolerate this kind of stuff. If people look at you negatively because of this, then these aren't people that you want to, think fondly of you. The only people that you're going to upset by doing this are predators, and you want predators to be upset. I also told a friend, and he said that why was I talking to him in the first place? It doesn't matter if you were talking to him. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to talk to your teachers outside of the classroom. But what they're not supposed to do is make it sexual. That is against the guidelines and the code of ethics. They are violating the rules of the university by doing that. That is a big no-no in an academic setting. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? I would say the right thing to do would be to go ahead and report it, but if you feel like that's just going to really fuck you over, then I'm not going to blame you for feeling like I can't do that. Just do what's best for you and protect yourself in this, but I would say don't talk to him any more than, like... Like, if you are legitimately concerned that this is just going to bring a lot of backlash onto you and make your life miserable, then, do what you need to do to protect yourself. But I would say that, doing something about this could protect other people too. And consider what's going on in your boyfriend's mind. It's like, yeah, I am a little bit uncomfortable with the way that your boyfriend responded to it and kind of put it back onto you. It's like, no, I'm not cool. At the beginning, I thought he was joking, but today I left class early so I wouldn't have to stay with him, and then he instantly texted me asking why I had left and that he was waiting for me after class. Alright, that's starting to get scary. You know how many text messages I got from my teachers when I was in college? 0. I have never been texted by a teacher ever. That's not normal. That is absolutely not normal. It's very concerning. It's creepy. Take some time to think about it, what you want to do next. Just try your best to, just stay safe. I would say cut off contact with him because it's not going to go anywhere good. I'm talking about this with my roommate, and she agrees that he's weird. Yeah. At least weird, but it's definitely going above and beyond that, because you have to remember that this person has a position of power over you. They can control your academic career. They can influence your grades. And that gives them leverage. That gives them, dominance over you. And so it puts pressure on you to do what they say in order to protect yourself. And I just really want you to be mindful of that position that you're put in. What he's doing is not okay. This is one of the core things that you should never do as an educator. Take advantage of your students. It's disgusting. What he is doing is predatory. This is predatory behavior. Not every country is like America, brother. Here, this predator stuff is common. Doesn't make it right. We get predators here in America too. Don't get it twisted. I mean, they don't get punished. Then what can we do to change that? What sort of cultural shift do we need? Do we need more people speaking up? Do we need more people demanding accountability? Like, what do we need in order for that change to happen? Because I think just saying it is what it is isn't going to do anything. It's not going to help anybody. I don't want to make it big. I'm kind of scared of the consequences. And this is the position that he's put you in. But what about the consequences that you're already experiencing? That's a good point. Say right now you're already having to deal with consequences. Like right now you're made to feel uncomfortable, unsafe, confused, uncertain. So there are consequences already. I just feel like more people need to know about this so that he, can't get away with it so easily. Maybe the thing to do would be to talk to other people and see who else he's messaged or who else he's been inappropriate with, so that you can kind of come together in that. Because I think taking action can be easier when we have people who stand next to us. I guess what I would start is by looking at, the rules for conduct at your university. You know, that should all be publicly accessible, the rules of conduct for both the students and the teachers. If it's written into the rules, then you have a case and it's okay to talk to somebody about it because you've done nothing wrong and you're just reporting this. So, I mean, look at the university website. Just... yeah, or maybe just talk to other people. Yeah, if you have like a student union or something, it's like... it's a frightening situation and to be in all on your own. So I would say just do what you can to draw more people in to support you. Like, if your university has, like, a list of rules for conduct and one of those goes against sexual harassment, then there you go. If your university doesn't have a rule against sexual harassment, though, I'm like, wow, that would be... It is okay for students to flirt. It is not okay for teachers to respond. Absolutely. See, that's the thing. The teacher needs to be the one to shut it down, because sometimes it will happen. Sometimes it will happen, but the teacher is supposed to be the responsible one. They're the one who's supposed to act in a professional way. And they need to not take advantage of that power differential. Not only are they encouraging it, they're actively asking for it. I remember when I stopped coming here several months ago, there was that one girl in chat who kept going on about having a crush on Josh, and I just couldn't with that. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Who is Josh? That's me, baby. That situation really got out of hand. Yeah, I started getting stalked. It was not fun. It was kind of scary. All this started because we were doing a project with some other guys, and I took a friend's phone to ask some questions, and he made a joke about women dominating him. At that moment, we all laughed, and he helped us with it. When I got home to finish that project, I had some questions, so I asked him from my account, and since that moment, he started talking about me liking to dominate people and asking me if I do those things. See, that's him crossing the line. It's okay to make jokes with a professor. It's even okay to have adult conversations with a professor. So as long as they're like out in the open and it's clear that this isn't going anything beyond just talking and joking, because, you know, when you're in college, it's like you're adults, like you can talk about adult stuff as long as it's done in the right way, you know, but he's like, he's pushing, he's passing that boundary. He's the one who's trying to take it to the next level. And that is wrong. Sometimes they'll use joking as a way of testing the waters. You know, if they do want to, like, they'll use joking as a way to, like, try to get closer to you. Just to, like, see what it is you're comfortable with talking about or making jokes about. And see you, brother. Thanks for therapy. I felt better than before. Glad to hear it, brother. Stay safe out there. What kind of joke is that anyway? Like, I'm not trying to enable or say what this guy did was okay. I'm just trying to say, like, they're, you know, it's all contextual. But yeah, it's like, there have been times where, like, in my college career, like, I'll joke around with my professors, but I'm doing it in the classroom. I'm doing it in front of other people. I'm not doing it privately. You gotta consider, like, the different steps and the different degrees to this type of stuff. Like, if we're just joking around in the class and we get a little bit R-rated, that happens. You're grown-ups. You're, you know, like... But when you start doing it privately, and they start pushing, and they start asking more questions, that's when it's like, okay, they are crossing a boundary here. This is when it starts to become harassment. But yeah, you definitely didn't start it. Because you could have said any number of things that, you know, you could have been flirtatious, and then it's the professor's job to shut that shit down. Because that happens, you know, you'll get students who'll be like, oh gosh, professor, you're so handsome, and you need to be like, I appreciate the compliment, but we need to keep this relationship professional, so I would appreciate if you don't make those types of comments again. Thank you. You know, you gotta shut that shit down. Bzz, you gotta hit the buzzer. But yeah, them like continuing to message you and continuing to bring it up and be like, hey, where'd you go? I was waiting for you. It's like, this is starting to get creepy. I would just say document everything. Don't communicate with him anymore. Do what you need to do to stay safe, you know? Whew. Coors Light. This kind of does look like a Coors Light. It's actually a off-brand Diet Cola. That would be iconic, though, if I was just sitting here throwing back cheap beer. Like, now here's the thing about Narcissists, brother. My therapist recommended I drink Coors Light. Yeah, my therapist told me that Bud Light was giving me the woke mind virus, and he said I need to switch it up a little bit, and he suggested I try Coors. I would just say, to the questioner, I would just say, just look at the support that you got when you were talking about that here. Just look at how frustrated on your behalf people were. Look at how frustrated by this situation people were, and I hope that you feel that. I hope that you feel that, like, people recognize that what he did was okay and you didn't do anything wrong. This motherfucker is married and has children? Is he married, or is he a divorced parent and has children? Either way, completely inexcusable. You should never be sexually inappropriate with your students. That's like the biggest no-no there is. Apparently a lot of men are scared of me, but I think it's because I'm a liberal woman with colorful hair. That obviously means I'm a witch. Yeah, it activates the fear-arousal center of the person's brain, because you gotta remember that fear and love are generated in the same regions of the brain. All of the men who would complain about a woman like you are secretly just like, step on me, mommy. That's what they want. They want you to step on them. I didn't know that love and fear came from the same part. It's true. They do. Isn't that kind of beautiful? Remember that question about what's the right amount of toilet paper to use? Right? And I had a good answer for that one too. I'm just full of I'm just full of it. I'm full of shit. Come from the same part of the brain doesn't mean are the same emotion, I think. No, you're right. It doesn't mean that they're the same emotion. It just means that you have a center of your brain. You have a part of your brain that is the emotional center of your brain. Your emotions are created within your limbic system. And there are different parts of that. You got your thalamus, you got your hypothalamus, you got your hippocampus. They're kind of engaged in this circuit where they, This is why fear-ousal is really a thing. This is why people will look at Pyramid Head and be like, ooh, daddy. You know what I mean? Like, people will be like... How do you even use a bidet, though? See, I'm trying to figure that out myself. I went to somebody's house and they had a bidet and I tried to use it and it had way more force and power than I was expecting and it got water all over the place and I'm like, this is fucking awkward. I would have rather just wiped my ass. It wasn't one of those built-in ones. It was one of those ones that just looks like the spray faucet on your sink. I'm like, okay. And then it, like, this thing had some horsepower to it. And so I gave it a try and it's just like mist all over the place. I'm like, I thought I was using it the right way. I'm shooting it right at my butthole. I'm not anti-bidet. I think it was just a bad bidet. I think it was just a little bit overtuned. Here's another little thing for you. This one's from 2013, so it's a little bit dated, but this talks about a story. It's a study, not a story. A study where they tested the effects of more oxytocin. They did this within mice. You know, we associate oxytocin with feelings of love, and what they found was that in some of these mice, it actually created intense feelings of fear. Just think about it. When you put more love into something, that's, you know, acknowledging that it's going to hurt more to lose it. And so fear and love really are two sides of the same coin. And that's pretty cool. The Pint and Click Raid. Hey, brother, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? How are you doing? Like, just, okay, if you want to know more about how fear and love are interconnected, just think about how much fear you have at the idea of losing love or not finding love, or, you know, the two feelings are very entangled. Are there no questions waiting? Let's look. No, we're all caught up. We're all caught up. Good to see you. How's it going? Did I solve mental health? I think I did. I'm gonna keep answering questions until that happens. We'll get there eventually. Let's see, it's Thursday. Casey, what do we want to make for dinner tonight? Euros?
Yeah.
Euros. I'll make some tzatziki. We got this gyro meat from Costco. We got some pita bread. Got some bell peppers. Make some tzatziki. How can I be less uncomfortable around people who are under the influence of drugs and alcohol? By treating them like overgrown children. You know? It's the same thing as you're handling children. You know? A little bit unpredictable. You know, just stay at a safe distance. Stay out of puking range. Why do you have to be less uncomfortable? It's one of the driving motivations of being a human. We seek out more comfort. You know, we seek out alleviation of our suffering. My roommate seems like an irritated drunk, and I'm like, I do not want to leave my room. That might be an important conversation to have with them. You know, if they're making you feel uncomfortable when they're drunk, then I would just try to let them know. Be like, hey. Sometimes that's the motivation that will help people to change. They need to see that they're affecting the people around them. They might get defensive and take it the wrong way. You always run the risk of that happening, but I feel like you're not doing anything for them by not telling them. It's not a comfortable conversation to have, but it's a conversation that I've had to have with people, letting them know like how your drinking is affecting our relationship and how it's making me feel. Like if it's making me feel uncomfortable, I should let you know. I've had people take it the wrong way. I've had people take it a good way. So your mileage may vary. My husband drinks. If he gets annoying, I try to just leave the room and do something else. Just give him a snack and he'll be fine. Just give him a bag of chips. Give him a Lunchable. What bothers me is when an adult I feel safe with has that glazed over look in their eyes. Yeah, it can be uncomfortable, especially if it's somebody that you're used to, like, be able to confide in, or, you know, you appreciate their sound mental judgment, and now they are in an altered state of mind. I'm going to a fan convention on Saturday. I learned to do stuff for me because I deserve it. Absolutely. You do deserve it. Is it possible to force an epiphany for a technical problem? You know, there is a time-tested technique. That's a bit of a mouthful. A time-tested technique that people will use for this type of thing. They're dealing with a technical problem. And it's called... It's called rubber duck debugging. It's called rubber duck debugging. It's very simple to do. You're dealing with a problem, explain it to the duck, or some other inanimate object, or your dog, or your cat. Sometimes in order to have that insight or that epiphany, we need to explain it in simpler terms and just to get a new perspective on it. You have to force yourself to explain it line by line. And so this is something that software engineers and developers and programmers will use. We'll use a little duck. The debugging duck. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll talk to my cat about it. I'll explain it to him. And he's orange, so you have to really slow it down and simplify it for him. I call it orange cat debugging. I had to do a test like this for a job in tech support once. I had to explain a technical process as if I was telling a child. Exactly. That's the whole point. You're trying, because sometimes when you're working on stuff and you're like really getting into the nitty gritty nuance of it, you kind of just need to take a step back and like, okay, now what's actually going on here? It helps you to get that new perspective and to realize, oh, okay, this is where I need to make this change. Okay. It can help you to get a deeper understanding. Orange cats catching strays. I love orange cats, but I also understand that they've just got two main modes, and that is eat and sleep. And also make mischief. Sometimes he has time to make mischief. So if you're trying to find a solution for a problem, that's one thing that people will do. Explain it to an inanimate object. Explain it as if you were explaining it to a kindergartner. Go through it bit by bit, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, this is where I made my mistake, or this is what I need to change. Another thing that I like to try if I'm trying to find an epiphany is to meditate on it. I'll just sit there and just try to find the answer. Just allow my mind to wander. That's how I came up with the name for this show. I was having such a hard time coming up for a name for this show. I would just meditate on it. I'm just like, I need to come up with an idea. All right, let's meditate for some creativity. I love orange cats. Maybe mine will come in here sometime. Maybe I'll get lucky and Casey will bring him in here. My big orange boy. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. So, your question is it possible to force an epiphany? Yeah. Well, I don't know if it would be forced so much as you're inviting the epiphany. I don't know if epiphanies are something that you can really force somebody to have. I'm thinking of a forced epiphany as like you're holding somebody at gunpoint and you're like, solve this equation. You're like, oh my god, I don't know how to do calculus. You're not just going to understand calculus just because there's a gun pointed at you. But I think that you can create an environment that epiphany will manifest in. So invite it in. Any advice on what not to do when an ex is calling and stalking and threatening to exploit you for past behaviors in the name of holding me accountable? Ugh. What not to do? Engage with them. I would say to just block them, but sometimes just blocking people isn't the right call, especially when they're continuously trying to harass you, because you need to collect evidence. Sometimes just blocking a person, isn't the answer because it might cause them to escalate. I don't know. We're asking about what not to do. I would say just don't engage with them. You don't owe them anything. They're trying to do this as a way to get you to talk to them. They want you to engage with them. That's their goal. Like, what are they actually gonna do? Like, what are they gonna do? Call up someplace, sounding all crazy, talking shit about you? It's like, what the fuck is that all about? So, your advice is what not to do. Don't invite them in. Don't hang out with them. Don't talk to them. Don't spend time with them. I would just say your best course of action is to not engage with this person. Block them if you feel okay to do that, but if you're actually worried that they're going to try something, then you might want to make sure that you just have all of those things backed up. You know, take screenshots of their messages, record, the dates and times of whenever they try to call you, or, if you catch them, like, showing up at your work or at your house, document those dates and times. What they want from you is to engage with you. They want to talk to you. And they're doing this in such a dramatic way because that's what they're trying to make you feel like you've got no choice but to engage with them. That's why they're blackmailing you. So I would just say, document all those threats, get a protective order if you need to. Go file for an order of protection so that if they show up outside your house or they keep harassing you and they keep trying to call you, they'll go to jail. What you don't want to do is engage with them, because if you engage with them, then that's just going to show them that harassing you works. If you engage with somebody who's harassing you and calling you and stalking you and all of this stuff, all that they're going to take away from that is, oh, it worked. All I had to do was raise enough of a fuss and make threats and do all of these things, and that worked, and now they're talking to me again. Under no circumstances should you re-engage with this person, because that's what they're looking for. And if you give them what they want, they're just going to continue. They're just going to continue to escalate. And also document yourself. Document the conversations for your own safety. I've been having a good time just being more alone and not hanging out with friends all the time like I used to. Took a step back to focus on self-acceptance and figuring out what I actually like and want. Good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Is it okay to be a hermit if it feels like it's improving my health and well-being? Yes. I will say yes. But the thing about it is this: you don't need to be a hermit forever. If you're going to go out and live in the woods or live up on the top of a mountain and you're going to just find peace and solidarity, that in some ways can become addicting, and it might make you feel disconnected or feel like people are not worth reconnecting to. So if you are going to spend some time, out in your hermitage, take what you learn while you're out there and bring it back to the people. Bring that energy back with you so that you can show them what it means to be more peaceful, more balanced. I feel like people always talk about social isolation being bad for people, but it's giving me peace and I'm learning a lot, so I'm conflicted. It's not inherently bad, is the thing. Social isolation isn't always bad. Sometimes it's good for you. Sometimes you need some time on your own, just to think or to figure out what you can do, to test your capabilities, to feel more at peace, more balanced, That's okay. But I would say you don't need to do it forever. You know, what's the point in finding all of that wellness if you're not able to come back and share it with people? You know, learning how to find peace and learning all of these things, it's like you want to share that with people, right? You want to bring it back to the people you care about so you can show them just how cool you are now. So if you do find yourself in a position where you do want to kind of step away just so that you can focus more on yourself and what you're working on, that's okay. Just don't plan on doing it forever. I feel like this is something that could really benefit a lot of people, actually, just spending some time on your own. A lot of people have a hard time doing anything on their own. And I think it's important to learn how to be okay being by yourself. And I feel like in many ways it can help you to appreciate being around other people even more. Are we going to have a movie tonight? Oh. Yeah, let's do a movie tonight. Let's do a movie tonight. We'll figure out something fun to watch. The last time we did a movie night was a couple weeks ago when we watched They Live. God, I love that movie. Scary? I'm not sure. If we do a movie night, we're going to do it at around 8 Central, so that's in about 2.5 hours. That gives you plenty of time. Want to watch Big Fish, you know? Not a bad suggestion. Why am I afraid of scary faces? You know, that's actually biological. We are wired to perceive and recognize faces. Other people's faces. It's why we see faces and stuff that don't have faces. We call it pareidolia. Show ya. Pareidolia. We see faces in things that don't have faces. But there are also things that we're kind of biologically wired to be more fearful of. Exaggerated features, harsh lines. There are certain things that just feel scary. And that's interesting. Kind of makes you wonder where that comes from. What sort of evolutionary mechanisms at play here. Take into consideration something like the Kubrick stare. Stanley Kubrick utilized a technique in his movies called the Kubrick stare. A way to portray insane or unstable characters in a film. What's interesting is that this is also how Elon Musk stares at people. Why am I afraid of scary faces? In many ways, it's because it's how we're wired. Oops, wrong button. I didn't mean to click that one. I have a special fear of a certain face in a certain movie that has been so bad it also made me fear the dark. This has been going on for years, and I tried exposure therapy one time, but it only made things worse. What can I do about it? I feel like exposure therapy is the way to desensitize yourself, but maybe we just need to try it again. Maybe we need to take what we learned from the last time going into it. You know, if you're doing exposure therapy, this isn't just jumping into the deep end and facing your fear right from the get-go. You gotta build up to it. So if there's like a certain face that you're afraid of, you would start off that exposure therapy by maybe drawing a picture of a face, not even that scary face, and then, you know, maybe just change it a little bit to make it more resembling of that face. You're slowly building yourself up. You aren't just like, all right, I need to force myself to, you know, that's not what works. I think a lot of what will come in overcoming this is taking away that sense of fear that we get from it. Like, what can we do to make it less frightening? Can we make it silly? Can we put a funny hat on it? Can we give it a clown nose? You know, can we give it makeup and eyeliner? You know, what can we do to make it less frightening? Also, positive self-talk, positive affirmations, just letting yourself know, like, this is just a picture. I don't have anything to be afraid of. I'm just responding to a thing. You know, showing yourself some patience and compassion. And I think that's a big part of overcoming anything, is showing yourself patience and compassion as you work to overcome that thing that is stressful for you. Instead of, you know, getting more stressed and more frustrated because you're finding it difficult to deal with. Is this meant to look like Moist Critical? No, I just had long hair back then. Have you ever had any weird experiences meditating? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. If you really start practicing meditation and you start really going into it, you will experience stuff that just feels a little bit unreal. Some of the most profound moments of, like, it was almost like being on a psychedelic or something. Occurred while I was sober, but just meditating. Meditating really allows you to tap into your brain's full potential, and sometimes it can get a little weird. You will return to yourself, though. That's the thing you'll notice, is that meditation can take you really far out, but you always return to where you know, the person that you are. I have had many as of recent, including weird visuals and my head feeling that will pop from energy. I started out meditating from a self-help / mental health perspective, and now I feel like it kind of turned into something else. Am I worried? I'm worried about psychosis, as I have heard it is possible when in weird states. I do a focused concentration type. Is this normal? Alright, let me just say, being worried about psychosis is, you know, if you're only experience it when you're meditating, then you don't really need to worry about just like meditating yourself crazy. I don't think that that's really something that you need to worry about. You want to worry about psychosis when you're just experiencing it throughout the course of your day. You know, you're just going around doing stuff and you're like, next thing you know, you're like, whoa. I would say that this is normal to experience this higher level of meditation as you've been practicing it more. What I would do is just see where I could go with it. Like, your head's not actually going to pop. You know, you're not actually going to pop your head. You don't have to worry about that happening. But yeah, no, it's normal to experience these types of unusual, transcendental sensations when meditating. There are certain types of meditations, certain types of practices that are all about like evoking those types of states. So I think it's pretty cool. Have you ever tried transcendental meditation? If you've never tried it, give transcendental meditation a try. If you've never done it before, there's lots of like guided meditation type resources. YouTube's a great place to look. Just looking here, like guided meditation, transcendental meditation for beginners. Or the one with the typo in the thumbnail. Oh yeah, we love a good typo in the thumbnail. Transcendental. To me, it feels like you could be on the cusp of taking your meditation practice to the next level. Like, with enough practice, meditation can put you into a state where you are able to kind of like dissolve your ego. You're able to just exist in this moment of like harmony and balance and bliss. You're able to just forget yourself for a moment. And initially that can be very scary because the idea of like forgetting myself is frightening. It's like, oh no, what if I don't remember who I am? But it's okay, you will come back to yourself. So I guess what I would say is you found a door in your mind, go ahead and open it, see what's on the other side. One of the main benefits of practicing meditation is that it helps to change your relationship with your brain and with your thinking. And sometimes it'll take you to some places where you have to kind of face these internal fears. Hello. Oh, hey, B-Wayne. How's it going? How are you doing? I'm excited for tomorrow. The Thing and Human Torch come out on Marvel Rivals. Can't wait. Thanks for adding my alt. You know, I needed the achievement for adding a certain number of friends. I still don't know if I've hit it yet. You have to add like 20 friends. I don't know if I have 20 friends on Marvel Rivals yet. I had a person add me on Marvel Rivals because their username was trans rights, and somebody on the enemy team started being transphobic, and then me and my friends, because I was in a 5 stack with my friends, and then the 6th person was trans rights, and we all just started grilling the enemy team for being transphobic. Just a gang of straight male allies doing their thing. Alright, we got another question. Let's check this out. Lately, when things get real bad, I start kind of praying to nothing. Well, recently something has appeared in the nothing. In my mind's eye, it's like a ball of light in a cold void that offers hope and compassion. I don't know if I'm having a religious awakening or a delusion, but I would like to explore this. What is a healthy way to do that besides prayer and meditation? I don't think prayer and meditation are necessarily unhealthy. But if, like, healthy to you means I need to approach this like a scientist, what would a scientist do here? Let's follow the scientific method. Let's come up with a hypothesis. What is this thing that I am perceiving? Perhaps it's some sort of manifestation of my own self-love. Perhaps it's some mysterious force that exists within the universe. Who knows? Let's figure it out. We've got a hypothesis. We're going to try to figure out what this is. And so what's the next step in the scientific process? We need to figure out how we're going to measure it. We need to come up with an experiment. We need to observe. Try to approach it in a curious way. You're just trying to learn. We don't need to apply judgment to this. We don't need to think of, I'm going crazy. It is what it is. If you wanted to look at this in like a spiritual sense, I'm more of the belief that you are recognizing the light that exists behind your consciousness. You know, the light that illuminates who you are, that gives you awareness, that gives you, you know, the ability to perceive. Right now, you have a source of hope and compassion within you. Take it. There's nothing wrong with having it. But the last thing that I'd want you to do is make yourself feel like you're going crazy for feeling hope and compassion. What you're noticing is some of the interesting sensations and the interesting places that your mind will go when you allow it to just be free of distraction. If it makes you feel better and it makes you feel good and it gives you hope and compassion, I'd say that's a good thing. So I would take it. Does it really matter where it's coming from? Does it matter if it's coming from God or if I'm just making it up? Not really. What matters is that it gives you hope and it gives you compassion, and that's a good thing. So I would take it as a win. The thing is you'll never be fully sure where it's coming from. This could just all be in my head. This could be something greater. What belief feels better for you? Which one would you rather it be? There are some questions in life that are unanswerable, and so in those moments, I prefer to go with the option that I like better. You know, I would rather assume that this is me kind of tapping into something universal This is me kind of, embracing my own consciousness. This doesn't need to be me just being deluded for feeling hopeful. To be more specific, I'm thinking of going to a Unitarian church. I'm trans, so it's a bit scary to get involved with religion sometimes. I would almost say to go in, almost more of like an Eastern mindset. If you were to go and talk to like a yoga instructor or like somebody who's more mindful of like Eastern practices, they would say, hey, that's normal. They would say, wow, that sounds really nice. I haven't heard of Unitarians before, so I don't know who that is. I'd have to look it up. They're very accepting in general. Oh. That's what you like to see in a religion. A branch of Christianity, a liberal religious movement. Unitarian Universalism. A free and responsible search for truth and meaning. Okay. The most woo-woo Christian-based group. What about those Christian Scientists? Woo-woo in like a hippie way. Oh, okay. Okay. Not woo-woo as in like cuckoo, cuckoo. I'm new to all this, so I don't know. My partner recommended I go to one because the pastor at our local church is non-binary. That sounds cool. It sounds like an accepting bunch of people, so that doesn't sound bad. I'm not anti-religion, all right? A lot of people are anti-religion. I'm not. I feel like religion can really serve a lot of benefit to a community, to a person's life. I feel like it can do a lot of good. There's a lot of potential there. Now, there are definitely religions that take advantage of people. They exploit people's fears. They teach you doctrines that are just outdated and cruel. And so religion is something that we need to be very mindful of when we are practicing it. What sort of teachings am I upholding? If you were to talk to like an Eastern practitioner, if you were to talk to like a Taoist or, they would say that what you have experienced is you are connecting with your inner energy, you are connecting with your ki or your chi, or there's tons of different words for that like inner spiritual essence that don't really translate in Western approaches to religion. And so I've found that, that awareness and that tapping into a universal consciousness is something that you don't see all that much in Western teachings. It is there, but it's definitely in the minority. I recently traveled for work, and despite taking precautions to not get sick, masking the whole time, not eating in a restaurant, using nasal spray, etc., I still got sick. I think I'm immunocompromised and will be meeting with a doctor soon to see what's wrong. The problem is my job requires a lot of travel, and I'd like to avoid getting sick as much as I can. I mask at work, and they are aware I get sick easily, but I don't know how to bring up that I don't feel comfortable traveling anymore. During the interview, I said I was able to travel. You know, if circumstances change, then circumstances change. You know, if you aren't able to travel, you aren't able to travel. I think it is a good idea to talk to a doctor about it and see what's going on. You know, maybe... because yeah, especially if you're immunocompromised. But you might not be. You just said, I think I'm immunocompromised. That's a difference. Just thinking that you're immunocompromised and actually being immunocompromised is two different things. Sometimes if we, like... one of the things to remember is that when we don't expose ourselves, you know, when we do, like, we try to stay at home as much as possible, we're wearing masks all the time, we're, you know, you're not really exposing yourself to pathogens, and so your immune system just kind of out of practice. Sometimes people will build up their immune system by exposing themselves to pathogens. I stopped getting sick when I stopped taking Ubers. There you go. Also, Ubers are so expensive. I read a lot of Buddhist stuff and I like it, but I don't necessarily believe that or anything else specific. Good. Question everything. Question everything. Now you're ready to read the Cosmic Trigger. You want to read a really weird book? Cosmic Trigger. I've tried to start reading it and it's very weird. Questioner, I think, you know, you've got some options here. You could try again and you could see how things go. You know, you might, maybe you just got unlucky this last time and you got sick. You know, maybe if you tried again and things could be different. It's hard to say, you know? So you've got some options here. It's like, am I willing to try again just to see how things go? Or do I need to just like never travel again because of this? Robert Anton, yeah, that guy. Want to read a really weird book? It's called Cosmic Trigger: The Final Secret of the Illuminati. Somebody came in here once and recommended it to me. They said that it was something that it seemed like I would like, and I haven't revisited it yet, but I think I'm gonna take another crack at it. It's a very interesting book. He also made new books. It recounts the process of this guy's self-induced brain change, who just basically was reevaluating all of his ability, all of his, you know, mental things. He operated under the pretense of, I believe nothing, question everything. And then it starts to talk about interstellar ESP connections, being telepathically connected with aliens that live in the Sirius star system, and it gets... I don't know. I'll read it and I'll get back to you. I had somebody recommend it to me once because they were like, "Oh yeah, have you ever read this book?" And I tried to read it. And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on in here?" But I'm open to it now. Everybody says aliens are from Sirius. That's what they say. That's what they say. Hand hygiene is the most important part of infection control. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, masking up is important, you know, like your breathing and stuff, that's important, but the real thing is your hands. These things get filthy. You gotta make sure you wash those puppies before you touch your face. Yeah, it's like you've probably seen people take off a mask and then immediately go like this. They pull down their mask and they go. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I worry that, like, if you don't get out and you don't expose yourself, you know, you aren't out and around people, and you don't give your immune system the opportunity to work itself and have practice in fighting off pathogens. It's like just isolating yourself is just going to make your immune system weaker, right? It's like your immune system needs practice. I was lurking earlier and my headphones disconnected during the Narcissistic Crashout segment, and my coworker was like, "What podcast is that?" Did you tell him? Did you plug me? You know what's funny is that Cutie Cheeks' headphones also disconnected during the Narcissistic Crashout segment, and they, the whole office got to hear me. Your nose is a fantastic filler too. Yeah, absolutely. People forget that your nose is also good at helping to filter out stuff. It's why you have nose hairs, and it's why you make boogers. I've started to use ChatGPT to send reassuring texts to friends who need my support. How do you feel about GPT, what it is you want to say, and then have them tweak it for you? You know, have them revise it for you. Have them proofread it for you. You know, is there a nicer way that I could say this? You know, just because you still want it to feel like you said it and not like it was just spat out by a robot. We don't want human communication to be replaced by just robots talking to robots. So I think it should be used as a tool, but it should not be a replacement. You know? I feel like AI is a really powerful tool and we need to use it appropriately. We should allow it to enhance what we were already capable of instead of just relying on it to do all of our work for us. As soon as we turn over all of our thinking to machines, we're going to stop thinking for ourselves. And that's something we need to be very mindful of. The thing about like using ChatGPT and stuff to like type your messages for you is that they kind of feel soulless, you know? Like it kind of feels empty. It kind of feels hollow. It's like the words are there and it has meaning, but it lacks it's lacking something, you know, something that makes it feel human. It's like looking at a piece of art that was made by a computer versus a piece of art that was made by a human. You know, you can see the errors, you can see the brush strokes, you can see, you know, things that you wouldn't be able to see in this like artificially perfect piece. So the goal here is to have ChatGPT help you to become a better communicator, not to rely on it to do your communication for you. Like if you're talking to somebody and they need your support and you're trying to be more supportive, I say it's perfectly fine to ask ChatGPT for help. Hey, I've got a friend who's looking for support. What sort of things could I say to them to help them feel better? And it'll give you ideas, it'll give you feedback. And you're like, okay, I was thinking about saying it like this. How does that sound? And it'll give you feedback. And you can have it refine your message. And so it's still your message. It's just been, you know, fine-tuned and tweaked with the aid of a machine. But you don't want it to do your writing for you, because that way you're just helping a robot talk to the person. You're not the one actually doing it. Is it me, or has ChatGPT gotten worse for technical stuff? I wouldn't know. I don't really use it for technical stuff. I like to talk to it about ideas and to help me remember stuff. I've been reading YouTube comments as I usually do, and I'm pretty sure like 40% of them are bots. Dead internet theory strikes again. It's kind of like how on Twitter, it's just a lot of bots arguing with bots. And you might ask yourself, but Papa B, why would they have bots writing comments? It's like, well, because if the bot says something stupid, then somebody might be willing to take time to engage with it and argue with it, and now you're generating engagement. You are boosting that thing within the algorithm, which means more ad revenue. So what I always try to remember, and what I say to people, is don't waste your time just arguing with strangers over the internet, because you could be arguing with a bot. So if you see somebody say something stupid and rage baity on the internet, just assume that they're a bot. They're just trying to get you to engage with them. You're all bots. I'm the only real chatter here. Tee-hee, I'm still practicing my narcissism. That would be more solipsism. You want to get into a little bit of philosophy? Solipsism is the theory that the self is the only thing that can be known and verified. The only thing that I know to be real is me. Everything outside me could just exist only in my mind. So yeah, what you're describing here is actually solipsism. It stems from the Latin meaning alone self. Like, I know my mind exists. I'm using it right now. It's doing stuff. But everything else, you know, I don't know. It might only exist in my mind. Maybe I'm just a brain floating in a fish tank. It's true. Do we really know anything? We don't. I know one thing. Love is real. I know that to be true. And I base the rest of my worldview around that. Ah, The Truman Show. Now, isn't that a film? It's a good movie. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. It's getting to be dinner time. It's getting to be that time. I got a text from my own dead grandmother on Instagram once asking for money for an operation. These scammers have no morals, do they? They're just disgusting. I can't believe it. The lengths that these scammers will go to. Ridiculous. What's for dinner? Gyros. We got some gyro meat from Costco. We got some pita bread. I'm gonna make some grilled peppers. I'm gonna make some tzatziki sauce. We got a little bit of hummus, some feta cheese, maybe a little bit of brown rice. It's gonna be good. I love gyro night. I love a good gyro. Oh, I also got some little cherry tomatoes. I'm gonna like have those and throw them on there too. I'm gonna get that gyro meat this weekend when I go to Costco. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. We've gotten it a few times. I like it. Is this one? It's beef and lamb. It comes in there's 2 packages in there. I also like to get the pita bread from Costco because the pita bread you can get at Costco is such a better deal. Let me show you. Is this the one? Ah, this isn't the one. This isn't the one. It's the Stonefire one. This one. An 18 pack of these Stonefire naan for like $6. Such a good deal. You're paying $5-6 for like a 4 or 5 pack at the regular grocery store. It's insane. It's an 18 pack. You can also get the naan dippers. Hold on, let me show you. You can get this big tub of naan dippers. This is like $6.50. A small package of this at the regular grocery store, it's like half the size, is the same price. I really like those other ones, not these ones, the other Stonefire ones. I really like those because you can also use them to make little mini pizzas. They're about this big. So I'll make like little pizzas out of them too. There's all sorts of stuff you can do with them. These are a must-buy at Costco, these flatbreads. It's one of the things I gotta get when I go. It's too good. Yeah, I'm gonna make some tzatziki. It's super easy to make at home. It's just Greek yogurt. I put some shredded cucumber in there. And I put a little bit of garlic and some salt and pepper. That's it. It's that simple. I like putting French's crispy fried onions on homemade pizza. That sounds like a nice stoner meal. That sounds like a high idea. What if I like made Thanksgiving pizza? What if I like put mashed potatoes, gravy, and turkey, and I put some fried onions on there? Oh yeah, man. One of my favorite YouTube channels is this, it's a cook show, it's called Cook Show with Trevor, and he just makes different pizzas. He just puts things onto pizza. It's his whole thing. It's his whole thing. Just different types of pizzas. I'm into kebab pizza. Kebab pizza? That sounds good. I'd eat a kebab pizza. Crazy Puffs? Oh yeah. You can make Crazy Puffs at home. Oh my god. Shout out to the one person watching me on YouTube right now. Everybody say hi, YouTube. Shout out to the one person who's watching me live on YouTube right now. If I upload clip shorts to YouTube, I should. I used to, but I just haven't had the energy to lately. I need to get on that grind. See, my problem is I don't like to watch myself. I don't like to go back and watch my videos. What I need is an editor. Dingless tart. Dingless. 15 months? 15 months already? That's me on YouTube. My tablet died. There you go. If you explain to me how to do stuff, I will edit. Do you need software to edit stuff? Yes. Honestly, even just making clips would be a tremendous help, and you don't need anything to do that. Even just making clips would be a big help. They make it pretty easy these days. Like, you don't need to know. Like, they make it pretty easy these days. It's just sourcing the clips is the big thing for me. Anyway, I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna go make dinner. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make dinner. You all have a good night. I've never made a clip, but I always wanted to try. I just get nervous about doing it wrong. Just give it a try. Just find a clip of me saying something cool, and then click the button, and then make the clip. Alrighty, everybody. That'll be it for me today. We will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow, so have no fear. Oh my god, hype train? You won't let me leave. We're not leaving yet, apparently. Alright. Alright. We're not leaving yet. We got a hype train. We got a hype train now. Alright, let's do it. Kinetic, thank you for the 45 months. Look at that founder badge. Look at that founder badge. 45 months. He's a madman. He's a madman. We got a hype train. Our second hype train of the day. Tiny Meows with the gifted sub to Jelly Bear TV. Oh my goodness. I think we're gonna hit that sub goal. We're at 265. We're trying to hit 270. We're so close. I just made a clip. It wasn't that hard. Snaily Bear with the 7 months. Wahoo! Let's go. Let's get some hype music going. Tiny Meows with 9 months. 9 months. Thank you so much. I don't know what I want to listen to for the hype music today. I'm having a hard time deciding. Dinkless Tart with 5 gifted subs? No way. Oh, we did it. I need music. I need rhythm. Dingle Star, thank you so much. We did it. We hit the goal. We're at 272. Do we want to exceed the goal? Are we going for 275? Show me what you got. Show me what you're working with. this track. It just says upbeat background music, instrumental, dance, and electronic. But what if we listen to it a little bit faster? What if we just sped it up a little bit? What if we did just a little faster? What if we sped this little guy up too? Can we make it to level 4? We've only got 30 seconds left! Oh my god! At the last second, Suze Please did it. Oh my god, at the last second, Suze Please with the resubscribe. Oh my god, you did it. I thought it was over. You got it in at the last second. Oh my god. Level 4. We're at 273. Can we make it to 275? You know, a nice rounded number. You know, for my OCD. Manifesting Oilers. Manifesting Oilers. We'll start with another gifted sub. Wahoo! He's really getting it. Look at him go. What if we went faster? What if we sped it up just a little bit more? What if we pushed things to their limit? What if we... Go faster! 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 We're at 274. One more to 275. 275 is just such a nice number, isn't it? 274, it just feels weird. Not that I don't appreciate each and every one of you. I don't appreciate all of your support. But 275 is just such a nice round number, isn't it? Dr. Mario Master, you did it! And then Dingless Tart gifted another one? Now we're at 276? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Now we need 4 more to get it to 280. We only got 9 seconds left though. Ah! Alright, well. Double time. Faster. Faster! Too fast. Too fast. How do I stop? How do I stop? How fast can we go? Can we do a custom speed? Can the custom speed go above 2? No, 2's the limit. Alright, I need to slow it back down. I need to slow it back down. My heart's racing. Woo! Alright. Bring the colors back. Alright, come on. There you go. Alright. Well, thank you all for that hype train, and thank you all for all those subs. Thank you all so much. Dingless Tart. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Whew. I'm cooked. Got a hell of a day today. Covered a lot of ground. Let's see, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with more. We'll be back tomorrow with more. So have a good night, take good care of yourself. I'll see you next time. Oh yeah, we're gonna do a movie in the Discord here in about an hour and a half. Maybe a little bit longer. Alright everybody, have a great night. Check us out on the Discord if you want to come watch a movie with us later. We're gonna do a movie here in about an hour and a half. We'll see you all later. Bye bye everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Movie in the Discord. Yeah, we'll start around 8 Central, so in about an hour and a half. And then I normally give people about 5-10 minutes to show up before we start the movie, so 8 o'clock is like, hey, come be there, come show up, and then I'll give you a few minutes to get your snacks. Alright, thank you all so much. Love you. Bye.